I have really much too much that I want to cover in these following recordings, and I really should probably. I'm going to mix it together, sadly. Uh, Man, any one of these individual topics is voluminous and has important complications and details, and some of them are necessarily messy just because of the state of at least my current research and models. It's always embarrassing, and it's always messy to talk about metagram, uh, because, or I don't understand it fully within metatype, and I haven't reverse engineered it properly, or is to the, which is embarrassing always. But I'm pretty sure I'm further along though. So in the recording that I just left, or in the recordings before this recording, um, I don't think I said this quite explicitly, but I'll say it now to kind of restate some of the stuff that I was talking about, is that metagram circuitry is not actually defined um, by, man, metagram circuitry in terms of the discovery of the circuitry was plotted to something that is similar to emotional tones, but that was something that I later refined. The metagram circuitry was discovered through certain base models that I used of psychological reality, a dimensional model of psychological reality, and which is basically metatype, and then constructing a 12 model from that. And that move, I still haven't fully reverse engineered the justification of that, because there might be something about the 12 model which is, in terms of actually, like, yeah, there's still a bit of a mystery between the gap between the 12 model and the 17 model, and how it can be validly precipitated as its own sort of stable thing. But anyway, I'm getting close to sort of unlocking that, but that's the wrong angle to try to integrate them, or to make that complaint right now, or to make that embarrassing admission. But even before, Metatype was something that I perfected when I was like 7 years old, and I only used it to discover the container of metagram, so that I had a blueprint to populate the discovery and the development of metagram. And then I basically forgot about the construction of metatype, and something like the construction of the 12 model from metatype. Um, so that still needs to be reverse engineered. But when I was developing metagram circuitry, I wasn't using the 12 model even explicitly. I was just, actually I was, in some sense, I was using the 12 model, I lie. So I was actually using something very close to the 12 model. But the 12 model was something that I that I had impressed upon myself when I was collating, or when I was collecting raw data to populate metagram. So I had a rubric, I had the 12 model rubric, essentially, that I had actually sort of drilled into myself. Um, and I was, whenever I was cognizant of another person's psychology, I was seeing it through the eye, or filtering it through the dimension, that kind of dimensional analysis. And then when I was trying to understand the circuitry of each individual person, I knew that I was dealing with elements within that circuitry which related to the 12 model, but I didn't, when I was actually plotting it, I wasn't expressly using the 12 model. I was using 4 elements, which are broader and more abstract. And so because I use 4 elements, and these are like the alchemical elements, earth, fire, water, air, which fits into the 12 model because there are 3 earth elements in the 12 model, there are 3 fire elements, there are 3 water elements, and there are 3 air elements. So there's 3 of each element, 1 for each guna. And I've always taken it that that there are certain emotional tones that are locked into each guna. Anyway, because there might be a mistranslation, there might be a problem there. There might be a kind of weird sort of commingling that my translation of the elements into the designation of the gunas is actually incorrect. That there might be a greater variety of emotional tones, because there are certain emotional tones that have the same elemental signature. So when you reduce each emotional tone into an elemental construct, you find other emotional tones that have the same signature in another guna. So there might be mixtures as well, and there might be mixtures between the inner child and the adult ego. That the adult ego might be of one guna, and the inner child might have a different guna. Anyway, that's somewhat but it and in fact maybe there's even a commixture within one emotional within one because maybe those signatures and how they interlock, maybe you have to actually use metatype. You have to superimpose where it's happening in the metatype, and maybe each dimension on metatype in which that correlates to the thing that is housing that elemental signature. Maybe, well, if it's happening on that dimension of psychological reality according to metatype, that dimension belongs to one of the gunas, and then maybe that dictates the actual how that emotional tone will be populated in that dimension. And so actually people are a kind of are a smorgasbord, or are, so the elemental signatures might need to be updated when metatype is more is made reconciled with metagram, when metatype is made reconciled with metagram. So when that is done, anyway, and then obviously then if the Hindu description of people as belonging to a particular guna is true, that might just simply mean because in some sense you are the guna that relates to the dimension of your death, or perhaps the dimension of your vanity, one of the prime dimensions in some sense. Either I usually even characterize someone's the core of their personality style as being their vanity, which to mix in some terminology from I think the vanity would in MBTI let me just define my terms, because I haven't used, I'm not, I understand MBTI on a deep level and I can have deep conversations about it, but, I forget all the terminology every now and again. So let me just say something embarrassing, I guess. So I'm just going to define which function I'm talking about, because I don't trust myself that I've even remembered the right name. So the dominant function, the secondary function, the tertiary function, and then the fourth one, is that called the inferior function? Anyway, so if the fourth function is the inferior function in MBTI, in the four cognitive function, the dominant, or in the four sides, they call it hero, parent, child. I don't know what they call the fourth one. So anyway, so the fourth one, I believe that corresponds with the vanity. And the vanity is protected by usually the parent function, but perhaps also through some work of the creative function, the second function. But anyway, I wanted to talk about that as well when I talk about cluster B personality disorders and what's going on there, according to my models and my structures of personality style. Anyway, moving along. So the explicit thing that I want to point out from my last recording is that I think that all the emotional tones that make up the substance of the emotional tones in their circuit, in their entire circuit, is a description of how the unconscious side of the mind, or what I call the death and the lust, is correlated to the vanity and the enticed lust, or I'll just call that the subconscious. So essentially, the subconscious has two things in it, and the unconscious has two things in it. And usually, the things in any side, in any sort of side in the mind in my model, in which there are only three sides of the mind. There's only the unconscious, the subconscious, and the ego function. And they each have a perception and a judgment. That's usually what I call it. I want to change my terminology slightly. And I remember I've made this move in the past a long time ago, but I've just sort of remembered it, and I think it is rather applicable. That another way of putting it might be that it's not a perception and a judgment, but it's a receiver and a sender. That they are sort of terminals. That the perception is the receiving terminal of that side of the mind, or that part of the mind, and then the other one is the sender. So the one, in some sense, transcribes input, or retains input, or senses input, and the other one expresses an output. So the one is like, now there are, the structure of metagram circuitry is also more complicated than that, because there are other themes. I don't actually know what they refer to, because I have to reverse engineer that, and so I'm not entirely sure. But one of the main differences between the three gunas, and I think it might have to do with the structure of the 12 model itself, that the 12 model itself has a kind of elaborated manifestation, and that sort of gives you a general map. And this map is like, it's kind of asymmetrical, or it has three things on it. And so the different emotional tones are all locked into a kind of solid state fractal sort of drama in how they are in each other's business. The one, and it's slightly asymmetrical because it's sort of like Russian dolls, like a fractal sort of Russian doll of three objects: tamas, rajas, sattva. Um, and the one is in a fixed way inside the other, and the other, and then the third one is in a fixed way inside that one, and so it has a particular sequence. So the one hands off to the other or whatever, and it also has its own internal sort of stable system of retaining charge and conserving some sense of internal resistance and reaction. I don't want to get too much into this. I don't want to talk about esoteric things that I haven't even... I just wanted to give a vague sense of that, because there is something... Anyway, in terms of the perception and the judgment, I came up with these with this other terminology that I literally made up just for this, but they seem to have... that the 12 model itself then, in how it interlocks with each other, in terms of how sattva relates to tamas and how tamas relates to rajas, or whatever the sequence is, there is a... I just invented terminology that seemed to be kind of metaphorically appropriate. I just have to do some translation in my head, because I've actually changed the name of two of the gunas. But so tamas is, let me see if I can remember. I know rajas would be the devotion. So yeah, rajas I would generally call in both of them together I call the stimulus, and the stimulus is made up of the declaration and the devotion. Or is it the devotion and the declaration? I'm not sure which is which. And then which is the receiver and which is the sender. The sattva, which are like the heart. So the stimulus is very much like the gut. Sattva is like the heart, which is the prayer and the answer. I can't remember if I even gave it a name, an overall. Yeah, I gave them all overarching names. I can't remember what the one is for sattva, and then for tamas, which is the brain, it's no, I can't remember. The interesting thing about this, though, is that sattva is consecutive in how they interlock with each other. It has a particular order, and that order is peculiar. And I think that peculiar order, I can't actually remember what gives rise to this strange asymmetry, but essentially it's just a fact that someone's emotional circuitry, in terms of how it is sequenced, the stimulus is broken, is separated between the tamas and the raja. Between the tamas and the sattva. So so it goes something like this, like and I'm describing something that could just be represented on a document, which would also be confusing to just see it in the document. But I actually had this depicted as three distinct Star of Davids, because there's they do make two triangles. But anyway, there's one for each guna, because essentially that's the one thing that is reliable between the three major species of personality style, is that they all have the same sequence, but they don't start in the same place. So they all have to start with a perception. So there's only three places to start, because it's two triangles interlocking. So there are three perceptions and there are three judgments, but they all start in different places. And so one of them starts with the stimulus, another one starts with the prayer, another one starts with so someone's death is a prayer in this jargon, and another type's death is a whatever the Thomas one is called. Oh, now I remember what I called the Thomas, I can remember the overarching title. I can't remember its constituents, but I called the Thomas, I think, the emergent response. No, that doesn't sound right. No, that's different terminology. That's because essentially I had to then create another terminology to fuse all of the different gunas, and so essentially you have no, it is right. No, it is. Tamas was the emergent response. So together I said that the tamas is the emergent response. Yeah, which comes after the anyway, this is what this is confusing, but you see, like I told you that Rajas is split between Sattva. Oh, I'm getting confused because I changed the name of gunas. Rajas is split between the two other ones. Rajas is split between Sattva and Tamas. Anyway, the thing, I was just going to explain how that gives a structural advantage to Sattva, because Sattva is the only thing that actually has a sequitur, a consecutive sequitur internal coherence, where it isn't put off, because in some sense the Sattva component is in the right order of so you get like the prayer and the answer, and then you get the devotion from the Rajas, which then leads on to one of and then the tamas is out of order. The tamas is backwards, because you see the devotion is the from Rajas is the is the receiver, and then it has a tamasic sender, which then follows on from that to have a a tamasic receiver, which then has a rajasic sender. So rajas and tamas are sort of commingled in a sort of in a contorted way. They're sort of back to front, and they're kind of or displaced. Just trying to think what is the reason for that, if that has to just do with the structure of the 17 being in the order that it's in. That the 17 model can be read in a certain way with some sort of basic rules of thumb, because like as you go through it in a particular sequence, it's probably not that. It might also have to do with anyway, I don't want to speculate too much on this weird esoteric sort of thing of reverse engineering it, but why am I going over this? So I just wanted to go over that because anyway, it is important that I'm getting closer to piecing these things back together, but one of the biggest important pieces of the puzzle is that in some sense, and this might be restating some of it again, is that in some sense the only actual, in some sense the ego function, this is going to sound weird, is not part of the false ego complex. It is and it isn't. It is because I have metagram circuitry that describes it. But that's a slight, I mean, that's just because, you know, you have to contextualize what the model means in some sense. But in some sense, I mean, this is a kind of masterful way of modeling the circuitry itself, is that it's essentially what the ego function is in some technical sense, it's not within the false ego complex. It's what Scientologists would call free theta. But it's free theta that is conditioned by unthought knowns. There's certain things that you're not allowed to think while you have a false ego complex, and that impresses itself upon, let's say, a virtual receiving terminal and sending terminal, an input terminal and an output terminal, which, you know, is basically what I would otherwise call the ego function's perception and judgment. And this is why the perception of the ego function in the false ego complex I generally call the trial, and the judgment or the output I generally call the sin, which is that you have missed the mark. And you are and the sin is resonating with or validating the other outputs of the other entities or the other parts of the mind or the other parts of the false ego complex, which also give output. So the sin is somewhat a sympathetic judgment and recognition of the other operations that the false ego complex is performing. Okay. So in some sense, we can also, perhaps also, if we remove those two dimensions from metatype and actually say, well, actually, these are almost free. And then if we want to confine ourselves to the belief, perhaps arbitrarily, let me say, inspired by, perhaps inspired by Revelations, the scripture that talks about there being 10 horns on the beast with 7 heads or whatever, that then, or there are also, I think, 10 horns on the beast with 3 heads, that then what becomes relevant is the 2 dimensions below what I generally conceive of as the inner child, which I have referred to perhaps illegitimately as the woman and the child. I mean, that's a really sort of vague, reaching speculation, but anyway, if the dimensions below the false ego complex then become the focus of, let's say, the substructural work that underpins and locks in the false ego complex, and we can say, well, we know that the ego function is poisoned, but in some sense it's a when I say it's poisoned, I just mean that it's captive, that you are somewhat captive to sin until you can stop the death and the lust. And in some sense, the death and the lust is being underpinned by the root, which I have called also the spirit of man, perhaps the dragon and the woman, which was something that was not actively generated in the production of the false ego complex. And so it is something that has to be quite masterfully discovered or revealed or sought after. It's not something that you're just, it's not, the problem isn't within you in some sense, not without the requisite broad knowledge of psychology, not without a kind of a broader study of tracking what's going on. I mean, look, maybe this is a useless philosophical distinction, but I mean, it probably does still fall under the rubric of know thyself. But to actually know thyself, you need a Taoism that is robust and anyway. You need to find a way to know thyself. It's not just, and you need to know about alternative ways so that you can know that the way that you have found to know yourself is tested, uh, has no equal, has no is worthy of belief and confidence. Anyway, okay, that's a bit of a tangent, but so if those two dimensions below, in some sense, I wonder if maybe those two dimensions below might not also, in fact, be the shadow that is cast on the ego function, that the ego function might be better. Maybe I've got, in terms of my metatype model, I've got the ego function in the wrong place. Maybe the ego function are those two lower dimensions. And that is the shape of the unthought knowns that is being impressed upon those what I have at the moment as modeled as the metatype ego function, as the dimensions that correspond to the ego function. Maybe that the emotional tones, in some sense, that I have described in metagram circuitry that describes the ego function, are resident in the lower dimension, in those lower dimensions that are below the inner child, to at least an equal extent to how they pertain to those higher dimensions which are above the so I still think that those above dimensions, in some sense, those are the resources of freedom, because in some sense I think that describing them as free theta, I think, is correct. So your container of free theta has a shadow of death, but that shadow of death is not just a shadow. In some overarching sense, it is the shadow of the death of the inner child, the death in the inner child, the first dimension of the false ego complex. But that it's not just the death, but it's also the root of that death, which is casting a shadow, which goes below that dimension, which are those two dimensions below it. So if you can almost understand that the anatomy of the death is more so in the root of it, which I have also called the spirit of man. Now, this is not the same death as the death of the adult ego, which is generally what we're talking about, but the health of the adult ego is important, I think. That if you don't have a stable or a mature adult ego, then you don't have enough free theta, you don't have enough of a structured ego function within your adult ego in which to do this sort of this excavation below the inner child, as it were. Because in some sense you are using the ego function of the above dimensions in the adult ego as the way to make ground against the inner child. So in some sense, the inner child wasn't wrong to create the adult ego. The adult ego was a double-edged sword, that it was a way for the inner child to escape its own sin, in some sense. It was the adult ego is forged out of the repurposing of the inner child's sin. So the inner child was in sin and was so mortified by that sin that it wished to sequestrate its own ego function and repurpose it as the root, I shouldn't say root, I should say seed rather, of the adult ego, because in some sense the root of the adult ego's death is the inner child subconscious. So that is also an element that might also need to be mopped up, because essentially that's relevant when looking at certain things of the adult ego. But yeah, I still think that it's important to sort of perfect the vanity, which means that you are perfecting the vanity of the adult ego. You know, maybe that's the wrong way to say it in some sense, but it is I guess maybe in if I can give a kind of a technical breakdown of what I believe that that does, I think that that will maximize free theta in the ego function. It'll maximize ability or capability of the ego function, um, in order to be able to do this other work, to be sensitive. Because if the adult ego function is not stabilized, it cannot be repurposed as a sensitive enough array, because it must be so still, it must be so balanced that its organs can be repurposed as instruments to diagnose and to grapple with and to direct those higher dimensions in the ego function into um, eventually rehabilitating the roots of the adult egos. Now, using high dimensions to fix low dimensions, and this is, I need to give qualifications to this as well, because some people's ego functions, they go, the 17 model is not a single 1 to 17. It doesn't go 1 to 17. It goes 17, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 17, 1, 2, 3. It just, the one goes after the other. So some people's metatypes start at dimension 15 and go 15, 16, 17, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know, they just do stuff like that. As soon as you go outside the one end, it goes into the other end. Now, when that happens, you anyway. So these things all happen inside each other. Dimension 2 is happening on top of dimension 1. It's like a pyramid, and then the pinnacle of the pyramid meets up with the center of the base of the pyramid, because it's such a fine point that it's indistinguishable from the center of the base. That the particular and the particular point implies the broadness of the base. It's a really bad, almost magical metaphor, but I guess the point is so fine that it occupies no space, that it implies everything that the base contains, or it has. There's nothing for a higher dimension to balance itself on, so it implies nothing, and the first dimension is also not constrained. I know this sounds like such nonsense, but it's. I don't want to go down that tangent and clean this up. I just want to continue. So the Yeah, so using high dimensions to fix low dimensions is not a problem, because higher dimensions live inside of lower dimensions, but they have smaller ambits. But if they generate cascading forward feedbacks instead of backward feedbacks, if they're not trying to, if the higher dimension is not trying to have a reversion, because there's no point in arguing with something. You have to have a kind of, it's like the logic of pay it forward. Don't sort of try to pay it back, but pay it forward. It's that kind of sort of procedure that is needed in the higher dimension to massage out the problem of the earlier cycle, to recontextualize the issue in some sense. And there are problems with this, because there are some, I don't want to, this is a tangent, but some dimensions are more important than others in terms of having them be fixed. Some dimensions can't be repaired. I don't, this is a horrible tangent, because this is the exception to the rule, because usually most dimensions, one can freely recontextualize things. It's really easy to, or it's reasonably easy to do. It's relatively, you're capable of reorientating context. That you can solve your own problem, but some things you can't solve your own problem, because if the thing that you're trying to fix is the 11th dimension, you've got problems. So if you're trying to use, and if the thing, if the root of your inner child was the 11th dimension, then your ego function is going to be like, it's going to be somewhere in the early dimension. It's going to be like dimension 2 or 3 or something like that. It's going to be around there. I don't know if I want to talk about these exceptions at the moment, but and then you also have that problem where you have the, in some sense you would think it would be easier to fix that then, because then the thing that you want to fix it with is already comes before. But actually I think that might make it even twice as hard to fix, because you might have to do something on those dimensions with your ego function, with your adult ego function, that goes all the way up through and back to itself before it can sort of have a positive repercussion on the second cycle. Because I think you have, in order to have any kind of lasting effect, you would have to get to dimension 17. You have to go through dimension 17 to resolve the problem. That you're not going to resolve the problem if you try to fix it before. You have to do it with dimension 17 already being orientated as part of the key of the new cycle. Anyway, this is so esoteric and this is tangential, but I mean, in some sense, in this metagram thing, the thing that you're clearing up is that the whole drama of which is depicted by the metagram circuitry is of 4 dimensions of the adult ego, which is the thing that the drama of those 4 dimensions of the adult ego is is your own private hell that the inner child constructed to escape its own what's the word? Its own failure, its own deficiency, its own crestfallen. Um, it created an artificial game after it already failed. Uh, the inner child quite often. I don't want to generalize too much because and this is also going to be put on its head when I talk about cluster B personality disorders. Because cluster B personality disorders, I want to talk about them, categorizing them as basically childish personality disorders. And when I say childish, I mean inner child. They are inner childish. They find ways to not develop an adult ego. Well, they have a quasi adult ego, which is being generated from their inner child in a kind of bad faith. So their adult ego is a kind of collective endeavor in which they are co-opting. Usually they. Oh, do I really want to go into this now? Have I finished saying what I wanted to say? Okay, so the drama. Okay, let me just go back. The drama between those 4 dimensions is kind of like the obstacle course that your inner child set up to kind of give you something to think on, give you something to do, to disguise the fact that the inner child has not executed its will, that the inner child has sinned, but not willing to sit with that failure. They wanted to create a game in which there would be another entity that could avoid sinning. So the adult ego is designed to have free theta, essentially. It's kind of like an escape valve. It's an escape mechanism. But it comes with it certain sort of inbuilt realizations that are yet to be unfolded, and one of those is the truth of it's locked into the game of the adult ego that the inner child has locked away. It has become dormant as it has tried to distract itself with this kind of puppeteering and architecting this adult ego. So it's sort of like it's a kind of like a bait and switch. So that's what the self has already done. There's a kind of fundamental bait and switch that the adult ego is fundamentally facilitating, but it's a mystery as well. That's a mystery that you're hiding from yourself with this game that is called the adult ego, the adult mask. And in some sense, it only is a mask, but then subsequent to that mask, after that mask, there is some free theta left over. It actually, in some sense, the escape plan of the adult ego does succeed because it does allow some free theta through, which you don't get if you're childish your whole life. If you are stuck in some drama in which your adult ego is a quasi-adult ego because you're not even independently contending your adult ego, you're doing it with other people. You're doing it as a kind of participatory, parasitic kind of mechanism. Now, I'm going to talk about, that's a bit too vague, but essentially, it's participatory, essentially. I'll start with borderline, because you have within the inner child, and I've already also spoken about the overlay of talking about the false prophet within the inner child, which is like the vanity. which is already, I think the vanity is already dreaming up the adult ego. The adult ego sort of is part of the inner child's early development, even, but it's latent. It's built into it, and that might also be a kind of almost cultural zeitgeist, that as a kind of cultural technology. Anyway, I don't want to talk about those weird sort of slightly esoteric things, but I think that there's as a kind of psychological technology that we have developed in our culture that speaks to young children in order to induct them into this program, that they can already see it on the human beings that we are surrounded by. It's like a species of insanity that by osmosis we see it modeled so much psychologically from the outside that we reverse engineer it. The style of captivation and repression, and anyway, which really might be a good thing, like reverting to some other species of development in some sense, I think might be worse. And I think that these technologies were developed, were created, and they are psychologically I mean, the stories of Marduk speak essentially about the evolution of psychology, that Tiamat was slain, and I'm not going to. I've made recordings about that. I'm not going to go into it now, but what else? Yeah, I'm not going to treat that other issue that nicely either. So let me just move on. So what are borderlines doing? What borderlines are doing is they have a vicarious output function. They have a vicarious ego function judgment in their inner child. They make somebody else do it. They have somebody else play that role for them. And there's also a complication that I should add here, although this is slightly speculative. So what also could be happening with the borderline is that their metagram circuitry might be fundamentally some kind of double circuit. And it might be a kind of double circuit in which, because there are various species of double circuit, in which there's an initializer and then there's a secondary output. So it's like, and circuits that are like this, quite often, they have one input or one perception, and then they have two judgments. But as I said, those two judgments don't happen concurrently. The one happens prior to the second one. And so, essentially, what someone, I think, can do within their own metagram circuitry is they grow an aversion to one of their circuits. And so, essentially, or they learn a maneuver in which they can extract that from somebody else. So essentially, they find a way, and this might be happenstance, perhaps. I mean, there could be weird kind of coincidence that leads to this, that it might just be that within their household, they have available to them, let's say, something that is amenable to being a vicarious psychological organ to them, that they, to supplement their own internal circuitry. So essentially, that somebody in their household, somebody available to them, someone that they experience, supplies them one of the internal, supplies them with one of their internal, what would be a naturally occurring internal um, element or property or emotional tone in some sense. And then they learn to depend on that person as a vicarious source of that property, and essentially, so in some sense they inculcate themselves, or they, by behavior, by mere habit, they grow a kind of vicarious dependence. So there's that kind of thing. And in some sense, it could be kind of like that, or it can start like that, perhaps. They can realize that there are ways of being lazy in which you can extract this and it can be supplied from the outside. And it can literally just be that they grow an aversion to that they find that if you have a vicarious, if you get this vicariously produced, that your other circuitry can indulge in a kind of extravagance that otherwise would not be possible if you had to do the other function in-house. So in some sense, you're trying to create an impossible, you're trying to structure your psyche around what would be impossible for you to contend by yourself internally in some sense. So there's a kind of a fundamentally imbalanced environmental reliance, or so there's a kind of environmental expansion. Oh, there's an expansion of the psychology into an environmental inculcation or whatever. So in some sense, there's already a kind of, I mean, what I'm describing should sound a bit psychotic. You know, there's already kind of a pseudo psychosis on the level of the inner child, but it's a participatory psychosis. It's something that is practiced, and it might also be something that is fundamentally generated from just being invested in, let's say, the powers that psychosis endows one. Or anyway, I'm going to get into the details of this. Psychosis is really too vague. It's really a kind of metaphor. But now, let me just make it more at home. So in some sense, I want to describe all the cluster Bs as having vicarious ego functions in terms of their inner child. They have a vicarious ego function. Now, how they manage and maneuver and relate to that vicarious ego function will determine what species of cluster B they are, will determine if they are psychopathic, borderline, or narcissistic, essentially. It is slightly more complicated than this in terms of their own inner child structure, because not only will this have an effect on the constitution of the adult ego, but it will also mean that there are other things in terms of how they relate within their inner child, which is generally going to be much more, they're going to be much more conscious of their inner child than ordinary people. Ordinary people, generally the inner child is pretty much unconscious, generally displaced by the focus and attention held by the adult ego. Anyway, okay, so basically there are three ways of dealing with the vicarious ego function. And I'm going to also use some Scientology terminology to kind of describe the differences between psychopaths and borderlines and narcissists, although I think I want to focus more on borderlines and psychopaths, but because narcissists, anyway, let me just move on. I mean, I've stated it before, and I'm trying to remember what I said about it, but I'm too tired to do that right now, about how narcissists are slightly more authentic about how they are relating to their adult ego, that they're going along for the ride, that in some sense they have anyway, I think I will get into describing why that is, but anyway, so there are three ways of treating a vicarious ego function, or a judgment of an ego function. So the one is to aggravate and suspend that ego function, to have the power of interrupting that ego function. Because if you have the power of interrupting of stopping it, of freezing it, of arresting it at will, of contextualizing it in a unilateral way, then you have a kind of ad hoc mastery over your inner child sin. And then also how you choose to relate to it okay, so having the power of being able to suspend the judgment that is embodied in a kind of introjective object, which you are imbuing with the power of the ego function, which is your vicarious ego function, talking from the perspective of a borderline, then you understand that in the sense that they represent a vicarious ego function, that only exists within a context, and that context is a romantic bond generally, or a very intimate connection that is inseparable. This in Scientology is called the second dynamic, generally, like coupling or whatever, which is two people combining into a unit in some sense, that two individuals making up a single entity in some sense, or a single anyway, so I just wanted to use the word second dynamic. So that second dynamic bond is carrying the weight of the suspension, the ad hoc suspension, and the leverage used to contort and to enforce being able to at least turn it off, or at least have a kind of unilateral filtration of shielding yourself from the judgment. So it's a weird sort of defensive kind of thing, and it has to occur within a drama of a kind of romance, or a kind of that's a weird word to use, but anyway, and this is why borderlines are so dependent on codependency, why they are so obsessed with not being abandoned. Now, that particular relation will have a direct bearing on their adult ego subconscious. Their adult ego subconscious is an introjective paradigm. So their weirdly constructed quasi-adult ego has an emotional mask, has a feeling body that is constructed out of the second dynamic, out of the romantic bond, in relation to the romantic bond, in the context of the romantic bond. That is the paradigm in which that they see themselves exhibited within their adult ego's subconscious feeling. That is the integrity of their feeling body, their so-called adult ego, their adult ego's mask, the social mask that they show to the world, is made up of that second dynamic paradigm in some sense. Now, that introjective paradigm now I said that the object, okay, because when I say the feeling, maybe I slightly misspoke, but so the paradigm itself is not the same as the objects that are contained therein. So the objects are fueled by the second dynamic, drama, but the actual context of the objects, the atmosphere, the surroundings, or whatever, can be managed by what you would generally call third dynamic organizational structures, structures of already existing conventions and rules and codes and culture and conventions and traditions and ethics and principles. And this is why borderlines are obsessed with oversimplified, confected, reliable dogma generally, or just, or feeling in, or portraying that they are being induced by impressions that were made to them, which then mean that other people should be ostensibly bound, um, or should be bound by the ostensible impression that was received by them. So that they have always this kind of external locus of in relation, some external locus of accountability in relation to their pure adherence to having the second dynamically forged introjective objects being ordered and framed by a solid rubric of reliable, dependable expectations to give rigidity and fidelity and as a reliable extension of the dependability of the ironclad codependent unit as a kind of as a political extension of the codependent bond of the inner child. So there's a theme that I'm trying to show here, is that there's a parallel between the maneuvering that the inner child is perpetrating in their relation to the vicarious ego function and the properties of the introjective paradigm and there is a sex, but there's a sexual dynamic between the object and the paradigm, and it also has a particular weighting, and that weighting can also oscillate slightly. That the weighting can either be on the object or it can be on the atmospheric context that the object is being managed within. So it can rely on trying to inculcate or coerce the content or the ascription of the object's stated momentum that the object is then locked into, snapshotted into in the introjective realm, or essentially that momentum can be cajoled by the environmental orientation within culture or rules or convention or binding people to a kind of and obviously depending on what the borderline focuses on, if they focus on trying to use the carrot of trying to extract a pliable object, then the borderline can be quite sweet and naive and innocent and giving in some very transient limited phase. But that side of it will always find itself married at some point to uh, the somewhat more psychopathic reframing of the object. And I mean, the thing that's really psychopathic is that how it takes no responsibility for its reframing. Um, that it does not somehow, its decision to reframe things a particular way is just a force of nature. It's just an environmental truth. It's just a kind of, it's not a choice of evaluating the rules to be such a way, or evaluating or interpreting the situation. It's always, like somehow they have this uh, that when they are making those judgments, that they are just somehow, they don't belong to the borderline. It's a kind of, it's another entity. It's another, so there's that kind of and in some sense the only correlating feature that this can be rooted in is the inner child defending its boundary in being able to enforce a suspension or an interruption of the ego function. So they want to frustrate uh, their inner child ego function. In some sense, it's a way that their adult ego can stably enjoy the lust without being burnt by it, because the lust generally exhausts itself. They want they don't want to have their own vanity, because it's a lot of work for the adult ego to have a vanity, because once you start having a real vanity, it eventually becomes a burdensome project, and having to carry that burden eventually unlocks maturity in the adult ego, and eventually gives you the resources to potentially bring redress back to the inner child. They have completely arrested all of this because they don't have a vanity, they don't have a real subconscious. They only forge the subconscious out of what they take from their vicarious ego function, but they only decide to take from their vicarious ego function because the value in having a vicarious ego function judgment is that you can take what you want and you can leave the rest. You can suspend absorbing the rest. And when you suspend absorbing the rest, what you are doing is you are protecting your introjective paradigm by not taking responsibility for your decision to reframe things. So you understand that is really a symptom, a deep symptom, and it is really emblematic of, you can call it the kind of the borderline psychopathy or whatever. The psychopathic tone of voice, the psychopathic policeman that is protecting their strategy. Um, I'm running out of energy. I was really low energy when I started this recording, but let me just... There are parallels to politics with this as well, with social justice warriors are kind of doing the same thing with their disgusting emotional, hysterical narrative wielding or whatever. It's like I was listening to a symposium of like 4 different speakers that were all, I think they were British academics. So disgusting, all of them. And these are people that are basically, anti-racism is really no different than fascist philosophy and fascist ideology. It's basically fascist with a decentralized Führer. These people are fulfilling that intellectual role of the Führer in some sense, but because they can't claim to be the Führer, they have to cast the same spell. They have to cast the same. You have to sort of go on this emotional roller coaster while you sort of get decompartmentalized so that they can create this codependent. I'm not. I don't want to get into it now. It's toxic, even just thinking about it. But there are parallels to be made here, and I'll do it when I have more energy. Let me talk about the psychopath. Now, the full-blown psychopath. What are they doing with their vicarious ego function? Now, okay, I wrote some stuff about this, and I'm having trouble remembering it, so I'm just going to go find it. My written notes are often much better. I mean, there's some things that I need to say as well, but it's kind of off topic. Let me just read this anyway. Must complete the adult ego before attending to the conundrum that the inner child is locked within, can only function through the high functioning of the adult's ego, perfected and cleared. The theta, that essentially in Scientology there's this term called a theta clear, and to be a theta clear is a I think relates to that concept of having a completed adult ego, and also I think that there are some. There are not many, but there is one Christian culture that I know of, which I think is good at precipitating that that kind of mature adult ego functioning. Okay, where is it? I went too far. Yeah, so in the same way that the borderline is kind of throwing their vicarious ego function into a second dimension corruption, the psychopath is projecting their vicarious ego function onto I have to be careful here. I should probably add sociopath as well. So I would say that the sociopath is projecting it onto, and I know that those words are used by some interchangeably, but I distinguish them. That the sociopath is actually capable of having feelings. uh, they just don't have, they don't believe in morality. They have very elaborate ethical systems, in fact, but they don't have morality. They don't believe in morality. Um, and their ethical systems, that might sound like a strange distinction, but anyway, the psychopath doesn't have any feelings. Um, about other people. Like sociopaths, uh, I don't know enough psychology jargon. I'm probably making a mess of this. Do I really want to say all of this? Okay, let me just read it, I guess, uncritically. Sorry, I've just jettisoned all these tangents that I brought up. The suspension strategy is very much the same or highly similar to psychopathy, only the psychopath fuels the introjective paradigm with a fourth dynamic, corruption, not suspending a vicarious ego function within a fixed maneuvering of interruption and dispersal, but instead through enforcing a flow of mortification emanating introjectively from the introjective object avatar of that vicarious source of ego function, judgment. Yeah, that's a lot of words, but it's basically that the psychopath's introjective paradigm is the object. And that single large object is in some sense, the fourth dynamic is all of life. It's any living thing. And the fifth dynamic is objects or things themselves, is matter itself. No, wait, I just messed that up. It's the fourth dimension is mankind. The fifth dimension is all of life. And the sixth dimension is matter. Sorry, I just said dimensions. I meant to say dynamics. This is Scientology terminology. But anyway, but the basically it's either the fourth or the fifth dimension for the psychopath. But essentially, what they're doing is their vicarious ego function object is like the source of all life, which they have modeled into their introjective paradigm as the linchpin of the introjective paradigm, which relative to that source, which is a prime object in some sense, representing all life, itself is governed in consort with the law of things, the law of a kind of overarching determinism, a kind of overarching deterministic, monistic, mechanized, so they think of themselves as being highly rational. Sociopaths have a spectrum, I believe, of stupid and some of them are more astute and sophisticated. But there are a lot of stupid sociopaths, but because their fatalism, in some sense, they can have a spectrum of kind, in the same way. Let me say that the sociopathy is different to that kind of, to that level of psychopathy, because the vicarious ego function of a sociopath will be something like, I should probably think about this more before I just start talking, but will be like an overriding principle, like an overriding moral principle, like a kind of order, orientation, setter. So in some sense, they only want to have an adult ego if the subconscious of that adult ego is malleable to contending a kind of solipsism. So in some sense, the psychopath, at least in terms of my terminology of how I've used it, is kind of like a it's kind of like an agnostic in terms of the question of solipsism. They are themselves subject to the lifeless metaphysic that is supported by their introjective container, whereas the sociopath has a much more vibrant and dynamic, but also potentially confabulated and confabulating vibrant introjective paradigm, which is capable of, often it's quite static, because they want it to be interesting enough to give them enough of a rubric that they can do something that engages them, that interests them. They have a similar variety to what Sam Wagner would describe as somatic and cerebral narcissism. That there's a similar kind of variation within sociopathy, but it's much harder, perhaps, to spot unless you have very detailed knowledge and experience with the particular sociopath, because this is internal. This is very intimate internal structure, and the sociopath, by its nature, I've already described it as a kind of moral solipsism, at least. So there's an there's this, the presentation of the internal behavior is going to have a very uncorrelated, and sociopaths can evolve. Usually they don't evolve slowly. They evolve in big events. They can completely collapse and then reinvent themselves. Because if their morality is either pervasive and complete, or if it's, what's the word? If it's wanting, then it's worthless. And so they can be in a state of flux while they are trying to find some resource to re uh, redeploy a stable introjective paradigm, and everything exists within the introjective paradigm. The sociopath is, as dysfunctions go, they are a pretty stable adult ego. I don't even know why I'm including them in this. They're not really, I don't know if they would really, if they should be included in the kind of pathology that cluster B sort of has. There are also degrees of sociopathy which exist. In some sense, the cerebral histrionic might be a kind of mild form of sociopathy, as I've just defined it and described it. But anyway, in any case, sociopathy might actually just be defined as having practically no free theta to some degree as well, because then one would become essentially a kind of enslaved by the morality that is represented by the vanity, which would be a kind of moral solipsism without meta-analysis, without it being meta-analyzed by an ego function, that the ego function just might exist, but it's such a tiny afterthought that is so minuscule that it really has no point of challenge, because there's no crack, there's no place for the doubt to assert itself against this pervasive paradigm, that it's not, that the structure itself is such a concretized paradigm that I've described as solipsistic. So anyway, in some sense, it's just the when I talk about perfecting the vanity, I'm talking about the vanity undermining itself in a systematic way in which it stably undermines itself, that it stably transcends itself. That's what, when I'm talking about perfecting the vanity, that's what I mean, is that getting the vanity into such a broad, permissive state, but a stable permissiveness, that it allows, that it offers itself a kind of an open conduit, or a fluid conduit for access to the unconscious, access to the beliefs, so that the ego function can use the subconscious to read the feelings of the subconscious in order to diagnose the state of the belief structure that undergirds the structure of the psyche. And so then you're able to change your source code, as it were. The ego function has the ability to therefore in a way, read and then also edit, or edit might be the wrong word, but it precipitates eventually the ability to edit the source code. Not edit directly, but edit via the discipline of the subconscious. So sort of creating a discipline in the subconscious that the output of the subconscious becomes I'm too tired to go into this, but basically it's like exactly when you see Agent Smith being taken over by Neo. Essentially, Neo is displacing Agent Smith. He then holds the keys to the kingdom by taking on the role of Agent Smith, taking over the function of Agent Smith, of being in charge of keeping the peace of the Matrix in order to facilitate its orderly, controlled demise, or reconciliation with the unconscious, depopulating the subconscious into a properly developed unconscious, because you only get crazy, chaotic subconscious things because the unconscious is at odds with itself, sort of has latent disagreements which are manifesting as the subconscious feedback. So the stillness of the subconscious is the prerequisite for setting the unconscious straight. Okay, I'm just going to stop this recording because I'm going too slow and I'm too tired. But oh, and I have to fix all the stuff about sociopaths and psychopaths and talk more about psychopaths. Did I even say what sociopaths are doing to their vicarious ego function? I think in some sense what sociopaths are doing is they create an avatar. They create an avatar of their vicarious ego function within their adult ego subconscious introjective paradigm, those being the same thing. The adult subconscious is their introjective paradigm, and their vicarious ego function is an object. Whereas a psychopath, the whole paradigm itself is the vicarious ego function. They are living inside the computer of the vicarious ego function, whereas the sociopath relates to an object, has an introjective version of themselves that has a relationship to the source, to it's like if you were an architect and you wanted to create the matrix, and then you created the matrix, being the architect of the matrix, and then you plugged yourself into the matrix, and then within the matrix you made a remote control to control the matrix within the matrix. That's what a sociopath is. They have the remote control is their vicarious ego function. Now the psychopath just created a matrix, and the matrix itself is the vicarious ego function. So their adult ego is just an expression of solipsism. It's like it's literally a video game. It doesn't matter what you do, it's a video game. And the dehumanization over other people is equally visited, let's say metaphysically in inverted commas, against themselves. So there's no asymmetry there. So there's a kind of equality before the solipsism. There's a weird kind of equality before. The psychopath believes in this weird kind of metaphysical equality, but I mean it's relevant because they're a solipsist, so they don't care. So you know that's a kind of I mean, I just say it because it's interesting, but it doesn't really doesn't have any bearing on their the borderline has. I didn't talk about the narcissist. The borderline and the narcissist are very similar. In that the borderline has a vicarious ego function, which they are in a codependent connection to. The narcissist is doing something very similar. But they don't start off with codependency. In some sense, this is the wrong thing to say, but the narcissistic introjective paradigm is the desire of an ideal narcissistic supply, is a wish of a future narcissistic supply, is a wish for a future narcissistic supply. So it's almost like future codependency. It's kind of like they want I'm too tired to get this right now. But it's like the narcissist identifies. The narcissist wants to identify as an adult ego, but they don't have a real adult ego. They have what Saint Wagner calls a false self. But they want the false self to be the beneficiary of a kind of codependency which has value to them in the commodity of narcissistic supply, which is very similar to the codependency, which is the prerequisite of the borderline operating strategy. Oh wait, I'm really fucking this up, but there is an inversion here, that what the borderline has, or what the borderline tries to the basis of the borderline's operation is what the narcissist wants to obtain and know that they have obtained. And the borderline in some way sort of assumes that, but it doesn't, but then it also fails to have confidence in its own assumption. The narcissist, on the other hand, wants something that it in some sense already knows that it can never really have. Because they are actually contending the introjective paradigm. The narcissist is contending the introjective paradigm themselves, but they want to be repaid for having an internalized ego function. So they redeploy their inner child's ego function as an introjective paradigm, as a reward mechanism. They want to be rewarded. Borderlines already are rewarded. They want the reward. So narcissists want to be rewarded, but they can never receive that reward. Borderlines already take the reward, but they want it to be given freely. They want to witness it being given over to them. I mean, I kind of generally describe the overarching sort of strategy of borderline is that it's a kind of unending greed for enslavement and because in some sense, even if they got what they wanted, it wouldn't be enough. They would want to see how far they could take it. They would want to see how it would escalate. They would, in some sense, they want resistance, because it's the process of obtaining it in the face of resistance. It's the process of compelling it to be given. And making the other person prove that they want, and that they don't even have to be compelled. Sort of how eager can they get the other person to supply. So it's sort of like the fidelity of the source of the reward is what is being tested by the borderline, whereas the narcissist doesn't have any issues about I guess, I mean, the narcissist can have issues about the source of the supply. The context of that, I think in this context, not. That's a nuanced point that I don't want to get into. But I'll just say that, so let me just say in a very vague and basic way that the narcissist doesn't care about the source of the supply, but it doesn't get into the inner child. It stays in the introjective avatar, which is the false self, which is contained by the quasi-adult ego. So the adult, they have an adult ego. No, they have a quasi-adult ego. They have. What I'm just trying to say is that their adult ego is not the same thing as the false self. That's what I'm trying to say. Instead of having a social body or a feeling body and a social mask, they have the same as a kind of, in the same way that a borderline has doesn't have a feeling body. They have a kind of, they have an actor's dressing room. They have multiple outfits. It's kind of like they have chameleonic potential. Because the introjective paradigm for the borderline is made out of the host. The narcissist has a future host. Their introjective paradigm is made up of a future host. The ideal host, the ideal supply of narcissistic supply, which they have a mannequin which can also dress up like the borderline can dress up, but in some sense the borderline is just the set of the outfits, whereas the narcissist is a kind of like faceless mannequin in terms of their introjective avatar. It has no fixed correlate to the inner child. The false self is constructed from a deep, resigned, jaded, relegation to the need and the thirst for narcissistic supply in order to, which is already a kind of, so I guess the biggest thing that maybe is, what is narcissistic supply? Or what is the desire of narcissistic supply? Because there's a weird sort of circular reasoning that because it's sort of the lack of narcissistic supply is the introjective paradigm, is the necessity of operating within the introjective paradigm, which is related to the false self. Which is connected to the false self. So, and I'm doing this in the worst way possible, but let me just continue in this horrible, slow fashion. So, the false self is existing because of the want for narcissistic supply for a false self that cannot give it to the inner child. But why does the inner child, in some sense, the false self and narcissistic supply is a codependent is a codependent stability that is essentially a kind of mechanistic, formulaic rubric for operating a adult ego. So in some sense, the whole adult ego enterprise for a narcissist is a failure from the start. It's a shallow, superficial adventure that is necessitated to some degree, but it's necessitated by a kind of perhaps by a kind of survival, a very sort of very unmotivated, sorry, not unmotivated, the motivation is just incredibly simple. That it's, well, I need to develop an adult ego to survive the ravages of the environment, and I have no motivation to develop one, so I'll just have to. Like a kind of a pure compulsion sense, sort of the impetus of sort of, and so the whole false self, narcissistic supply codependency is a kind of is a self-enforced, self-imposed, compulsive sort of false dichotomy that is just sophisticated just enough to develop adult ego circuitry, which in some sense perhaps the inner child just never wanted an adult ego, but felt compelled to adventure into one. For no self-satisfying or self-sufficient sort of reason. And the headache of narcissistic supply is just, you see, like So the thing is that I think that they do have the same issue that adult egos generally do, which is that they grow tired of their adult ego. All adult egos grow dull and repetitive and boring, and usually there is what did I subconscious focused oriented psychologies. You get psychologies that stop trying to use their ego function in their adult ego, and they just try to basically go on holiday in their subconscious, and they just try to stabilize a kind of subconscious holiday, which you can do when you're growing up as a teenager, because then you are expanding your experience of the subconscious for the first time. But then when you try to do it later in life, it's a kind of bad faith retreat from the ego function. And I guess narcissists are quite the same. I mean, perhaps even as teenagers, they were excited about developing a false self and garnering narcissistic supply. But after perhaps even just one or two covert narcissistic phases, there can be a sort of an obvious recognition that the whole thing is a kind of repetitive drama, and that, well, you would perhaps like to sort of to have a stable psychology, but there, in some sense, there's no such thing, especially if you try to forge that stability out of a kind of reversion, reversed holding action of some former trying to escape your own free theta, undermining more of your, or creating metacognitions which don't gel well with the general success of stabilizing your other structures, that you're sort of and success is a relative term, and essentially that relativity is losing its broadness, it's becoming more brittle, perhaps, it's becoming more precarious. Anyway, even in the limited I mean, the one thing that narcissists have going for them, generally speaking, is that although that their adult ego is obsessed with narcissistic supply, that great thirst and that great yearning, in terms of its subject matter, is very small. It might consume a lot of their energy, but in terms of, when I say energy, to have your adult ego oriented towards such a simple kind of dichotomy of false self. Let me be more specific. To have an adult ego subconscious be completely governed by just the false self and narcissistic supply is just not a broad subject matter. Therefore, the ego function might have sharp, rigid. It might have less unthought knowns to hold it back. I guess that essentially the unthought knowns that hold it back might just be much simpler as well and limited in scope. They might have a great deal of free theta, essentially. Although the free theta that they might have might also be very, very sharply shaped by the few simple unthought knowns that structure their adult ego and structure their and maintain their So in some sense, their ego function. I mean, Sam Wagner has described his ego function as being fragmented, but I think that it's like shrapnel, that it's been exploded, or perhaps he's not really. Perhaps he's referring to a different sort of construct than when I say ego function of the adult ego. But if those things can be equated, then let me continue to say that maybe it's maybe the explosion that he's talking about is a kind of freedom and latitude. And because it has no standing structure, it has no apparent sort of working grooves. Yeah, I think he's wrong. I mean, I think, he's not wrong, but he's also wrong. I mean, first of all, the ordinary person's ego function, I have a low opinion of it. Whatever normal is supposed to mean anyway. And the extent to which people have an ordered ego function, it is ordered by being unconsciously conditioned, as it were, by the unthought knowns, which are generally correlate to a kind of negative impression created by the unconscious emotional circuit. So in some sense, generally there are subconscious filters that develop somewhat organically, or almost like as a course of psychological evolution, because if your ego function undermines your own unconscious side of the mind, then that puts your subconscious in disarray, which then steals the attention of your ego function, of all your free theta is putting out fires. So over time, generally, you naturally precipitate subconscious filters that condition you to avoid, that emotionally frame you to limit the use of your free theta, to negate or subvert or displace your own unconscious structures. And so in some sense you get a kind of an unconscious drive that is, another way of referring to that would be unthought knowns, which impress itself or frame the ego function. Now, the idea that narcissists don't have this because they don't really have an adult ego unconscious. Instead, they just have an adult ego subconscious because they didn't really have genuine beliefs to start an adult ego with. They just had this kind of vague compulsion that they had to have it, that they had to develop it. And so they just jumped into, what's the basic constituents of this? Well, I need an adult self container, i.e. the false self, and it needs to get something from the outside. That'll be narcissistic supply. I need to be told that my false self is good enough. And safe enough and important enough to be secure enough. It's a kind of it's a weird sort of, it's going to be something resonant with the same kind of jaded, compulsion that was the impetus to develop the false self, narcissistic supply codependency, as a kind of stable formula. But the stable formula, in some sense, I think it is right to understand that it's somewhat internally contended. It's internally contended with the idea that the narcissistic supply will repay that internal concerted effort. So that internally contended, concerted project of the false self is expected to pay for itself in the future by the provision that narcissistic supply will be delivered as payment to the inner child, or to some sense of mending the inner child. And in some sense, it's probably not such a bad reduction, because usually the adult ego is gifted, I think, some kind of core belief that, I have to think about this. That's probably, that's why I like these cluster Bs, because they all hold a treasure inside of them that give a clue into helping everyone else, I think. But yeah, there's something about, I haven't thought about this problem or this issue, that when the inner child is translating its trial into an adult ego death, and is translating its sin into an adult ego lust, what is that translation? What is the what is the encoded mystery of that? Because there's some kind of mystery machine, there's some kind of mystique that is being woven, which is, a part of it is bullshit, but part of it is also, it has the kind of the seed of its own undoing in the end. The seed of an unknown. Yeah, it has an undefined property. Yeah, literally it has a mystery injected into it. And I think that mystery is either the connection, I mean, because, if Sam Vaknin is right, and I think that he probably isn't right, about the ego function of the narcissist being completely desolate in some sense, or exploded, that it might be for want of that mystery, or that mystery might be a kind of inculcated quandary about the root below the inner child, sort of a quandary about the spirit of man, a quandary about the deeper consequences of it all, a kind of a looming subjugation of the inner child itself. In some sense, I think that the inner child has to create the adult ego with the idea that there's some hidden power that the adult ego might have to turn the tables even against the inner child. But this would be in terms of its ego function, that the belief of no, I guess jettison all of that I just said, that the belief, which is the ground floor of the unconscious mind for the adult ego, that the beliefs of the adult ego should represent the free theta of the inner child. Does it even have free theta? Turning the free theta of the inner child, which is really upset with itself because it's stuck in this trap. It's even bored with this mechanism that it has bound itself up in, that it's stuck with its sin, that it needs to find a way to continue to work with its sin in order to transmute it into some hope for redemption. I mean, I've always thought that the adult ego is also, in the archetypal sense, the Son of Man, when it is properly developed, when it is properly worked and refined. And the inner child is redeemed as the Son of God, and I've made a recording to that effect. Anyway, I'm too tired now to continue with this, but that you can see where my thoughts are on this. Let me stop now. Okay, I'm going to continue with my slightly embarrassing overview of the different sort of cluster B, taking this perspective of the... Now, before I have made similar kind of descriptions, but I guess what I'm trying to focus on here is on the passing off, the interchange between the inner child's ego function and the adult ego structure, and I'm kind of overlooking the the other structures that sort of systemically happen because of this, which I have actually kind of gone over in other recordings, in terms of going over the inner child subconscious as it manifests in supporting the vicarious ego function judgment, and how it sort of structures their management or of their ego function input or their ego function perception that relates to that usually some kind of vicarious ego function judgment. Now, I have kind of explained that borderlines are very conscious of their inner child maneuvering. They are consciously maneuvering their inner child to manage this vicarious codependent unit, which then is essentially hosting their adult ego. And then I spoke about sociopaths, which in some sense they root. Sociopaths are more like common human beings in that they develop adult ego subconscious structures which envelop the inner child in a form of general unconsciousness, or obscure the inner child, because there's an introjective object which essentially displaces, and then they relate to that object, and relating to that object displaces the inner child, or the need for maneuvering the inner child is token, it has a kind of token interface in the introjective object that they are dealing with. So their subconscious does inherit the keys to the kingdom, or the seat of consciousness. That their subconscious and their adult ego does sort of inculcate the master lever over the entire structure, and it does inherit, let's say, the epistemic merit that originally existed within the inner child. The narcissist is a very sort of mixed case, and in a lot of ways it's like the inversion of the borderline, because I had something to say about this, is that the narcissist really does have an adult ego, but they have such a weak adult ego. They have such a translucent and thinly, there's so little going on in the adult ego, other than essentially their adult ego doesn't have a belief structure. It doesn't have an unconscious side of the mind. Their belief structure is always up in the air. They don't own it. They do it as a means to acquiring narcissistic supply from their adult ego subconscious. So their subconscious and their adult ego is the draw factor for them to even have an adult ego at all. And so there's very little going on. And there's so little going on that it's very hard for them to generate a meaningful adult ego function. They can't generate an adult ego function because there's no solid belief structure to frame it. Okay, I've gone over the unthought knowns, which stylistically create a container of an ego function's input and output, perception and judgment. And so they don't have persistent tools that allow them to, debug and to kind of reverse. They don't have a consistent culture of meta-analysis of so in some sense, they have such a basic ego function that it has no rooted sense of self or character, because their belief is just a means to getting into the adult ego subconscious. The belief, in some sense, is regarded as red. It's like it has that much. Um, it's take it as read. It's not. It doesn't have substance. It's just. Let's just posit that it has nominal substance, just so that we can get into the subconscious. And somehow the narcissistic supply is supposed to fulfill that role, or sort of reverse engineer that, which then, in some sense, the ego function would be able to confirm that hypothetically after the fact. So in some sense, their ego function wants to redeem the adult ego in some sense, which is a kind of, looking at my general metaphysical reading of all these things, it's supposed to be the opposite. It's supposed to be that the inner child throws the seat of consciousness into the adult ego with a kind of undefined but sort of reservation that it could hope that it might undermine itself down the line, that it might create a mystery that, when unlocked, it might have the key to rattling itself, because it's given a kind of power over the inner child. A mysterious power over the inner child. But there is no root. When I say root, I mean there's no, or to be consistent with my terminology, there's no seed. There's no proper seed of the adult ego in the narcissist, because there's no true belief. There's no, the belief is fudged, is gelatinous. They're merely, taken as read so that you can gain access to a subconscious, which is simply there to attain narcissistic supply. I can't remember the thing that I wanted to say about narcissists, but it related to the fact that it was the opposite of the. Oh, I think what they've done is the narcissist has tried to import the inner child into the narcissistic supply arena. In some sense, there is no clear distinction between essentially the false self, which is something like the introjective object in the adult ego subconscious. It's an introjective object that represents the inner child. So, in some sense, the problem with the narcissist is that they just never believed in the project. They never had any skin in the game. They never had any commitment to putting their inner child in a game. They're not playing a game, which then they incept themselves in. They don't believe the dream of the adult ego. It's a false self to them. So they have a kind of clarity in that. But they really are conducting themselves through the adult ego project. But they have a memory of the inner child, which is essentially this, which in the context of the adult ego subconscious introject is a false self. So I think there's a paradox here, that the false self is actually a representation of the inner child, of the state of the inner child, within the contemplative structure of the adult ego subconscious. So the false self is actually and I might be saying the words wrong. Something to do with projective identification of the self, something like that. I feel like Sam Vaknin would have the terminology here. Anyway, so what's the word? Decompensation. That might have something to do with this. I guess I've never really known exactly what that. That decompensation has something to do with projecting and introject, and somewhat maybe confabulating it slightly. Is that what decompensation is? Is that you kind of embellish and introject and project it in order to kind of safeguard some relation or some orientation or some convenient, useful, stabilizing paradigm, also configured habitual structure which resonates with the stability or whatever of what has already happened reliably in accessing narcissistic supply or something like that. Is that what decompensation? Anyway, but what I'm saying is almost is perhaps deeper than decompensation. That there's a fundamental prime decompensation about the actual self state of the narcissist, which in some sense, you see, in my mind, what I've got pictured is that the false self is actually an introjective object which is the center of the introjective paradigm, and it's like a mannequin. It's like the inverse of a borderline. The borderline has a wardrobe of many different outfits, which and they are that they can be any combination and synthesis of all those different elements, all those different descriptive bundles, whereas the narcissist is like a blank mannequin, and although it can make a face for itself and it can clothe itself, it's still a sort of a blank-faced mannequin underneath that, and that is actually the model of. So in some sense, the introjective paradigm, I believe, of the narcissist is predicated on putting the self into a procedure of a kind of prime decompensation, so that it can so that it doesn't have to be invested into beliefs, so that the adult ego subconscious can never be about it. So it's a kind of invulnerability suit that has invulnerability because of its. I mean, this is a double-edged sword, that it's also false, but its invulnerability is not from its material. It's from its smoothness. It's from its ability to kind of its frictionless sort of adaptability to its to the other objects. So in some sense, it still occupies space, but it has this kind of fundamental ability to be a kind of like an ideal a Newtonian sort of object. You know, a perfectly flat plane with no friction. Um, so it can have that kind of idealized management of its relations, because it can imagine itself to be this impossibly smooth operator and object. So other things have abrasive surfaces and produce friction, but they produce no friction. Um, because in some sense they have no beliefs. So it's kind of like they are a black box in terms of their they just need now this is this is actually an impossible thing, because you can't not have beliefs and have an adult ego subconscious. So in some sense they end up having to compel themselves to generate some bare bones beliefs so that they can structure a subconscious. But that's a kind of a performative thing. But it's performative on the level of the adult ego. It's not like the borderline, which is maneuvering on the level of the inner child. The narcissist is performing the adult ego into existence. So they know what they are doing, and they are consciously engaged in generating the adult ego, in the same way that the borderline is maneuvering the codependent unit. So in some sense, the borderline is operating their adult ego from the point of view of a codependent unit, which is very strange, because it's a collaborative exchange, whereas the narcissist is by themselves constructing this mechanical facade, which they compel themselves to construct so that they can operate it within the subconscious realm in some sense. And so there's a kind of, there's a bit of active fraud, which means that they know that they are engaged in an adult ego, and then, but in some sense they hope to be repaid for that input. They hope that to be rewarded for that initial outlay which they have done into venturing into. They want to recoup their, because in some sense they want to recoup that outlay of energy. They want to be compensated for that, but it's also that when they do that, there was a kind of implicit, should I say, promise. But it's also the container of the invulnerability of the false self, which the false self is in some sense an effigy of the adult ego, but at a deeper level and at a truer level, it is a reflection of the invulnerability of the narcissistic inner child. So in some sense, it is table thumping that the adult ego is only a game, it's only a game, it's only a game. When in an ordinary person, the game becomes more real than the inner child. The game overrides, the game becomes, it really incepts the seat of consciousness fully. The seat of consciousness migrates into that game and it becomes more real. The narcissist has this mantra: it's only a game, it's only a game, it's only a game. And that mantra at the same time is couching and underwriting the fraudulent mechanical beliefs, which have the bare bone beliefs that are necessary to create the bones and the structure, just to have an operational adult ego subconscious, which is their realm and source of narcissistic supply, or the hope of narcissistic supply, which will hopefully solve and assuage this mechanical um, escapade into the adult ego. So they really do have an adult ego. It's very precarious. The whole thing is very thin. Um, and they even, I would say, have an ego function. The problem is that it just it has so little to work with, that their ego function is lateral, is the latitude of it is just so broad, that it's so expansive and unbridled, that um, essentially the ego function would be engaging um, in trying to manage the belief structure, but the narcissist never develops belief structures, in essentially, or they already know the exact belief structures that they contend. They are aware of all their belief structures already, because they are the bare bones. They are simple, and maybe there are a few that they've forgotten to keep track of. Maybe they've migrated and they've left over some old ones, and so maybe there's a bit of disorder and there's a bit of commixture, there's a bit of unconsciousness or whatever. But the beliefs that do operate in force never, I mean, or it's very unlikely, perhaps they can, but they never develop enough elaborated structure to warrant an ego function to debug this through the because essentially the beliefs that they have are just there in order to maintain enough of a framework to obtain narcissistic supply. So in some sense, the narcissist is cursed by its simplicity. It's cursed by um, its orientation towards um, like the narcissist is not a solipsist, but in terms of its ego function, that's perhaps a decent summary um, of the structures that lead up to the ego function, is that it wishes to be a solipsist, that it inherently, honestly, genuinely this is too convoluted, but like relative to the inner child, it might as well be a kind of solipsistic uh, there's a word that I need to add to this to make it true. It's like the functional invulnerability of the smoothness in the introjective paradigm of the narcissist, or the field of narcissistic supply, which is the kind of the relationship between people. In some sense, they need other people's beliefs. In some sense, I think that the reason why they're using their social mask and their feeling body is a ghost that haunts other people, so that they can engage in other people's beliefs more so, and via sort of emulating their beliefs, simulate a kind of emotional um, I think they want to be able to change other people's emotions, and admiration is using admiration as the kind of the core of narcissistic supply is a kind of power of coercion, is a power of control. I wish I just said control and not coercion, but essentially it's more control of the change of they want to change other people's subconscious states, which they can't change their own emotional states because they don't have, in some sense, authentic beliefs. Their beliefs are gelatinous. They are a means to an end. They are a means to an end of playing with other, of having the power of change over other people's beliefs. And in the function of that collection of narcissistic supply is a kind of functional solipsism. It's not. It actually necessitates that they are not solipsistic, because it necessitates that in some sense other people are more real than they are, and they need to garner that reality and extract that reality that other people can supply them with. So they are this floating adult ego that has invalidated their own inner child and that has tried to obscure and lock away their own inner child using this technology and this instrument of the false self, which is the smooth mannequin. So the smooth mannequin is the displacement of their inner child authenticity, or at least the authenticity of their ego function. So in some sense, look, I know I was saying, oh look, all the cluster Bs, they have vicarious ego functions in their inner child. I still believe that. In some sense, the vicarious ego function of the narcissist, in some sense, isn't vicarious, but it is and it isn't, is, and I'm just going to throw words at this because some of us can sort it out, is a prime decompensated self-avatar which is the ground zero of their, because in some sense they don't have an introjective paradigm so much as they have their prime decompensated self object, which is the introject which displaces the inner child. They don't have an inner child, or they do have an inner child, but their inner child is the faceless smooth mannequin, which is the false self, which is the prime object of the adult ego, which centers the adult ego, which the adult ego is constellated around. And so in order to sustain that smooth mannequin, they don't have their own beliefs, so they need other people's beliefs. They need that smoothness. Doesn't have its own character, doesn't have its own internal delineated thing, but it can touch the friction that it comes into contact with, and for a time it can map what it can emulate other people's beliefs, and then because it has no beliefs of its own to change and to evolve and to adapt, it has to basically, it has in some sense another way of saying it is that they have an adult ego that has no beliefs of its own, so they need to experience maneuvering the beliefs of other people. So in some sense, narcissists are like quasi-childish people, because they're not childish like the borderline is actually childish. When I say childish, I don't mean the common English language word. I mean inner childish. They are inner childish. The narcissist is half inner childish, because their childishness is a secondary. They really do have an adult ego. Okay, let me say this now more slowly and get what I was trying to drive at. So they have their vicarious ego function judgment is the skin of their adult ego's subconscious, which is this impossible skin of this smoothness and this mannequin. And it has it's like a shapeshifter. Even as it wants to obtain the most powerful shape that it can for itself, it's still always a shapeshifter. So even within its own banks, it is mapping the things that it is coming across. And in its mind, it's toying with changing those things and working out how much power it can exert. It doesn't have to necessarily exert the power. Perhaps it can also do it hypothetically. But at some point, it's going to forget. At some point, it has to prove that hypothetical. Otherwise, it won't be able to have to justify that hypothetical supplementation. Because in some sense, the real problem is that confirmation, again, can only come from other people's beliefs. So they need other people's beliefs. They have no anchor points themselves. They need context supplied by them, by their environment, in order to stabilize. Okay, what was it? Okay, this is not what I want to get into. What was that? I was getting close to something that was important. That the inner child is okay. So the inner child is not dead, but in some sense, the inner child, the narcissist has got almost. This is going to be slightly wrong, but good. It's going to be right enough for me to continue. So, in some sense, the narcissist has got two separate accounting books of what's going on. It's got the inner child, it's got the adult ego, and they both are functioning independently of each other. There is a kind of interchange, but that interchange, if anything, is in favor of the adult ego. The only thing that stops the adult ego from taking that advantage into the ordinary development that most people have is that it doesn't have beliefs of its own. So the adult ego is kind of like an empty ghost vampire that needs to haunt other people in order to develop its adult ego. So it's kind of like a psychological vampire in terms of its adult ego, but the inner child is the only thing the inner child gets from the adult ego is almost is negative. It's not even positive. It's negative. It doesn't get anything from the adult ego. It's kind of just like a time sink in some sense. So the adult ego is a bit parasitic on the inner child, but the inner child is represented in the adult ego. Otherwise, you wouldn't have an adult ego unless that was true. So there's a duplication of the seat of consciousness, but it's not really a duplication, but it eventually can maybe even gain the power to take over its own, but it's sort of, anyway, inner child at some point, or, no, okay, let me find what I wanted to say. So why did I want to substantiate that point, that there are two separate accounting books? Okay, I've worked it out. So the thing that the narcissist is centered around, the structure that the narcissist is centered around, is the fact that the ego function of the inner child only exists as that introjective object in the adult ego, as that sort of that prime decompensation. They only have one. Most people have two, and then they become unconscious of the one. So essentially, they have an inner child ego function, and then they precipitate an adult ego lust. The sin, the judgment of their inner child, the ego function judgment of their inner child becomes the adult ego lust as a transcription. There is no transcription in the narcissist. There's only one object. They developed the second thing. They developed the adult thing without developing the inner child thing. So they skipped over the one to create the other. So the other one doesn't have a root. It doesn't have a correlate within the inner child. And so the inner child is welded to this adult function without doing any of the groundwork, essentially. So it skipped a step in the working out. So you've got a kind of mathematical method, and you've got skipped steps, which are taken as read. They're just sort of implied by well, you got the right answer, so you must have had the right working out. But no, they didn't have the right working out. They just never did those steps. And then they were somehow just the jaded compulsion of just doing it anyway, of just needing to do it for some reason or whatever, becomes the sort of the default belief. And that essentially gives the broadness of the ego function in the adult ego, which makes it sort of so unbridled that it has no character and that it has no focus, in some sense. And so essentially, their inner child just never developed a sin. Their inner child never sinned. So they were the inner child that never sinned. and then escaped developing a sin by creating this vicarious ego function, which is the false self. So they created a false self that performs the function of their ego function judgment, which is the sin, the ego function judgment of their inner child, which is another term that I use for that, is sin. The trial is the ego function perception input, and the sin is the ego function judgment output. And instead of a sin, they just have a false self, which then that false self lives in the or as, in some sense as well, that their adult egos therefore don't have a stable vanity. They don't have they're in their adult ego, they don't have a stable subconscious input or perception or vanity. Instead, they have this fixed smoothness of their subconscious output, judgment, or enticed lust. So they have an enticed lust without a lust. And so it's this kind of the smoothness, this control. So, you know, what is the, how can one have so in some sense, narcissists are very, in a way, they are exemplary enticed lusts. If you want to understand the structure of, of the enticed lust, if you want to understand that sort of archetypally or whatever, you know, the thing that narcissists exemplify the most is exactly the characteristic of an enticed lust, because it's an enticed lust with a confabulated vanity. Okay, is there anything useful that can be extracted from this? I feel like I'm going to stop this recording because I'm a bit tired, but I think the inner child is what? Yeah, so I mean, there's still a weird sort of paradox that their inner child is maneuvering things within the adult ego, within a realm of the adult ego. So it's like the adult ego contains the inner child and furnishes it with its vicarious ego function judgment in that property that is bestowed it in that exalted form as the smooth mannequin false self. And the false self is contained within an adult ego, which is a separate psychological entity in some sense, that then is containing and inculcating the inner child. And the inner child is engaged in that process because it does need, it must have I mean, in some sense, it is a vicarious ego function. No, that phrasing actually doesn't ring true, but metaphorically, I could call it a vicarious ego function. But it's not vicarious in terms of other people. because it's more formulaic than that, and then other people become part of that formulaic process in terms of how it unfolds within the ambit of the adult ego. But it doesn't sort of, it does depend on a form of sort of, what's the word, promiscuous codependency. It's a form of sort of idealized promiscuity. Sorry, idealized a kind. There's a kind of idealized codependency which the formula is based on. Okay, now that I've roughly at least delineated the different sort of structures, I'm not even going to go into the complications, but I'm just going to mention the kinds of complications that would exist. So you have to understand that there are also perhaps going to be oscillations, that people are, obviously there's comorbidity. And a lot of that comorbidity is not true comorbidity. It's just a combination of tactics. It's in the same way that, like, you can metaphorically see someone do something and then you can try to mimic what they're doing in a completely separate situation of finding a solution to a different problem. And so the cluster Bs probably have a way of cutting in on each other's actions, cutting in on each other's action, cutting in on each other's very sophisticated, structured pattern of how they relate to their environment. Borderlines and narcissists are probably, that's why they are attracted to each other. It's not a true attraction. It's a they are merely magnetically drawn to seeing rigid grooves because they can be useful props for what they each are. They, at least on one perhaps superficial reading, they seem like, it's like in nature when you have an animal that creates a nest, and it has a very delicate, sophisticated sort of theory about that's sort of been evolved, that nest is optimized, and then you have another species which doesn't know how to make a nest but knows how to repurpose that nest, and it wasn't designed for it, but it's sort of close enough, or something like that. Anyway, I'm not going to neaten this up because I'm too tired, but that's my vague analogy. Moving on. So there's issues of comorbidity, which I think are more like mimicry and also kind of tactical convenience and sort of merging. And then there's also natural oscillation, like, for example, between covert narcissism and narcissism. I haven't, within this model, I haven't described covert narcissism, but borderlines have this as well. Perhaps more quickly you can observe this, because narcissists can go very long periods of time without reverting to stages of covert narcissism, whereas borderlines, certainly within a week, certainly within a few days, will generally go through a kind of, usually a whole cycle of their various gambits of tactics, even if they can control it to such an extent where they're more unstable, transitory sort of where they oscillate can be kept limited in some sense, but it can be limited in its duration as it hands off to the next one, because they have to keep all their structures in motion and fluid, and they're powdered dry, as it were. I don't even have the energy to finish talking about this. Anyway, I just wanted to say that essentially that kind of spectrum of presentation and oscillation, and there are also, let's say, borderlines that exemplify this, that typify a kind of, there are species of borderline that have different strategies. Some are like, let's say, their status quo, or they natively gravitate towards a more psychopathic, a more consistent psychopathic management style, and others who use the more volatile carrot and stick, and not just the stick. The ones that I have recordings where I just go into describing how some borderlines are really capable of keeping a lid on their psychosis, because they have certain procedural rules which they have observed in how they maneuver essentially they haven't completely outsourced their vicarious ego function of their inner child. They they're like private borderlines. They have a secret borderline imagination in their adult ego. So in some sense, they're like, they have a limited borderline hobby. They have a psychological hobby, which is a kind of very clearly demarcated, corralled borderline activity, which is kind of like a background project. It's kind of like a sort of sort of like a cat and mouse game, like a Tom and Jerry sort of interlude in their otherwise rational existence and reasonable existence, but they've kind of compartmentalized aspects of their vicarious ego function into trying to, in some sense, they want to capture a slave, a host, but they don't have a host yet. But they're still sort of, so they're kind of, they have a slow trajectory of slowly developing full-blown borderline. But because this is a participatory, codependent activity, they've never exercised those muscles, and so they've had to, it's very similar to, it's very analogous to the situation of, let me call it, situation of, let me remember it now. It's very analogous to what situation? What is the other personality disorder that I've described as sort of choosing something about its about how its laziness is kind of like its it just sounds like borderline to me. What doesn't it do? What doesn't it do? So wait, I was just thinking about how borderlines. Oh, it's about how they have preferred structures. I guess the only other similar thing is kind of the histrionic, maybe. Anyway, this kind of the slow development of a borderline, in some sense, is one that, in some sense, is looking for a histrionic to induce them into being borderline. That they want to be invited into being a queen bee, in some sense. They because without that solid, let's say, externalization of accountability for their behavior, it's like it's not valid. They haven't been environmentally induced into it, and they actually want to be able to say, no, it is somebody else's fault, and they actually want that claim to be true. And so because of that, let's say, that fidelity to reality, they are able to indulge in a kind of, in a slow trajectory towards wanting to develop the relegation of accountability into a kind of environmental narrative that which is real to them in a developing codependency, but they want that codependency to be orchestrated upon them. And so that sort of firewall, or at least they want to be able to say that they were induced. So they are they want to cover their bases. They don't want to just be like those crazy borderline women who assume that, or that lie to themselves and deceive themselves, that have already sort of gone so far down the borderline rabbit hole that they confabulate reality to the extent to which that they invent facts to make it relevant, to make their to make their preferred structures workable. And which they kind of activate them when they are lazy. But there's the more disciplined want to be borderline, which in some sense is trying to often agitate their prospective codependent targets with a kind of psychopathic decompartmentalization. So in some sense, they're just sadistic because they want the other person to bribe them into... No, they want the other person to ask them, or to coerce or compel them to use the more psychotic, shared, codependent, sort of decompartmentalized intimacy or something like that. They want the other person to be the catalyst of the codependent merger, so that they can use that as a so in some sense the overtly, let's say, more rational, sadistic psychopathic sort of prospective borderline is, in some sense, it's almost like all those male and female gender tropes that, like the girl that is nasty to you secretly really likes you. It's that kind of trope, essentially. It's actually, in some sense, that's quite vaguely what develops into this. I mean, that's really the almost, that's the seed of borderline. Because that indirect manipulation, using conventions and structures and culture, and leveraging tropes, leveraging stereotypes, leveraging rules, codes of conduct, leveraging indirect messages and interpretation of messages and communication. It all starts to become quite psychotic. And relativistic. But you can't just indulge in that convenient psychosis if you are being a little bit disciplined, and you don't want to be the person that's responsible for generating that kind of convenient psychosis. You want to blame the other person for inducing you into that psychosis, so you are nasty to them instead, in the hope that they will invite you to create a kind of psychotic sweetness. So they want to be they want their psychotic sweetness to be underwritten by an external locus of control. So they are trying to provoke that external locus of control to utter its command value by sadistically punishing it until it does exert that form of control. So it's a kind of it's on the spectrum of borderline, essentially. It's early, slow. It would definitely has the potential to fully become just as disintegrated and fragmented as any borderline, but essentially this is the general progression, and this it's basically a long drawn out. This is what all borderlines go through, maybe very early in life, maybe around the ages between even 3 and 8. That somewhere between the ages of 3 and 8, the borderline is going through this developmental thing. The earlier it is, the more. Actually, that's not even true. I mean, whenever they complete it, I guess they could complete it at the age of 20. So like generally, fully borderline people will do it, I think, somewhere between the ages of 3 and 8. But, it's possible that they're just looking for the right catalyst, that they're looking, in some sense, I mean, a lot of women can perhaps even see this, that this is actually that this is their model of what relating to the opposite sex looks like, that this is actually what romance means, or something like that. And so they have this modeled out, but they haven't done it, and they're waiting for their prospective husband to do it too, but they've been waiting this whole time. This is what they think intimacy is. This is what they think marriage is. This is what they think sexual relations are, or gender. The what's it called? The gender union is. So this is very Anyway, I mean, it's sad that a personality disorder has sort of taken over the stereotype of an entire sort of gender role when it comes to sex, and the people who supposedly, and the so-called feminists are so entrenched into this, manifesting in other ways, manifesting the same dynamic in political dimensions, sort of expanding it from kind of sexual exploitation or sexual dysfunction into the dysfunction of everything else, as they want to kind of divest it from having to do it themselves, to instead doing it on a collective scale, sort of as a kind of as a cultural default, which is generally what we see in all periods of time when fascism has exploded culturally, and cultural totalitarianism, which is what we live in today, with the social justice corruption of values and morality. Anyway, I'm too tired to go into these other dimensions, but yeah. Okay, now that I'm somewhat less tired, I will continue. So starting off with a kind of recap. So I was getting into narcissism, and I think it's accurate to say that essentially the thing that makes narcissism different from borderline is that borderline has an inner child ego function, and it's vicarious, and they also have an adult ego belief structure, which is also well, well, obviously they would have that, but the correlation of the ego function judgment would be the lust, which is something that effectively they only have access to via the vicarious input, or rather the output that the vicarious avatar of their ego function lust, adult ego lust, or that their inner child ego function judgment, that essentially in some sense they are modeling their own lust via the interaction with their codependent host or whatever, and in some sense all of these sophisticated, complicated, vicarious relations are contained by the adult ego subconscious, which has this culture of interaction woven into it in some sense. But there is a very clear correlation between the vicarious ego function in the inner child, which is also the vicarious lust in some sense, which is, maybe the lust isn't vicarious, but it's being modeled vicariously, and then it's sort of being selectively filtered in terms of how it's being modeled vicarious. So it's being it it's much easier for the borderline to inhibit or filter the perception of that output or whatever, from their ego function inputs, or their ego function, from their trial, which is also the adult ego function's death. So essentially, that their death has an interactive filter that it can make use of. Um, And then just as a kind of as a side note, I think that this might also be a general metagram in metagram circuitry. What this can sort of correlate to is that either, I guess there could be a whole spectrum of different species of borderline, is that there could be different kinds of double circuits. There could be circuits that have one perception or one input and two outputs, and then those two outputs, one is an initiating output, which then leads on to a secondary output. And essentially they have decided that the one is easier for them to internally propagate than the other, and it can profit from, let's say, manhandling the initial one, so that they can sort of take it or leave it as they might wish to, so they can sort of reframe their own internal circuitry in a kind of in an ad hoc way, and that is facilitated by exporting this function into an external model. Um, but anyway, this is all baked into the subconscious. This is like fundamentally all the subconscious has to sort of operate all of these sorts of things. And then there are also probably different ways of classifying states of borderline health, because then you get borderlines that have at least, even if their functioning is fundamentally half vicarious, and it's um, dysfunctional and pathological in many different facets, it's at least kind of um, operating with a kind of internal consistency. And then you get borderlines that have kind of thrown away the idea of contending a kind of internal consistency, because um, it prizes some utility which would otherwise have to, they don't want to relent something that they've gotten a sort of, that they've half manifested or something like that, and they don't want to let go of that strategy or that way of thinking, or that potential outcome which was anticipated already within the subconscious domain. And so the overarching container of the subconscious domain, in terms of what it was in the process of contending and sort of a kind of procurement, and a kind of, that kind of top-down management of that subconscious domain, which contains this codependent unit that has this vicarious component to it. It's like it can be too greedy, and so it can just do whatever it wants and just kind of scapegoat or offset the pressure of a dysfunctional thing on just kind of externalizing the blame for that within the subconscious paradigm, or which is probably better described by some kind of introjective paradigm or something like that, or versions of introjective paradigm, and which are being contrasted within an array of possibility or whatever, which become the kind of, if that becomes the seat of consciousness, you have a kind of a kind of psychosis cloud of many worlds, of many possibilities. Um, anyway, and this and many of those dysfunctional things might then have baked into them the idea that, well, just to keep those possibilities and those clouds of possibilities alive, of those many worlds alive and viable, you have to confabulate vicarious inputs, or inputs into the paradigm, but technically it would be the vicariously modeled output or the judgment from the other person. So you have to kind of misremember or selectively remember that the other person is responsible for creating the substructure in the paradigm or something like that, so that you can, and so this might even also lead to inventing things, being, inventing memories, inventing context. Often you don't have to invent events. If you can just invent the context of the event, that's good enough to be able to sort of be able to have your cake and eat it, sort of thing. Okay, so that is, you know, what the borderline is sort of busy doing, but the borderline is functioning with a full set of cards. They are functioning with both the inner child ego function, which is distinct from the adult ego, death and lust. They have all of these components. They might have them confected and convoluted and mixed up in a certain way, but those things can be retraced. They can be picked apart. They can be disentangled, and is actually part of the strategy. It's part of the maneuvering. It's built into the culture of the borderlines attachment style and such and such. Now, the narcissist, in some sense, is in worse shape, because I think that the description of the narcissist, a more accurate description of the narcissist, is that they only have one. They don't have correlating entities. They have, but it can be stated in two different ways. They don't have an adult ego, death, and a lust, or they don't have the inner child's trial and sin. They only have one thing that is fulfilling both things. And the one thing that is fulfilling both things lives in the adult ego subconscious, which is the faceless mannequin. So the faceless mannequin, the false self, is an avatar of the inner child, given expression in the adult ego. So in some sense, they don't have, and so they have projections onto their inner child from their adult ego's introjective paradigm, which I can't think of a word to call it the introjective paradigm, because I don't like how that's, in my terminology, that's what I use to talk about borderlines. But you know, it's very much linked to the notion of narcissistic supply, because it's like the paradigm of an idealized narcissistic supply, or a kind of the field, the arena in which narcissistic supply is aggregated. The faculty with that sort of encompasses narcissistic supply. Anyway, so in some sense, that paradigm has locked into it a kind of chimeric inner child slash or inner child or adult ego unconscious. So the inner child ego function, or the adult ego's unconscious, are simultaneous entities. They don't have correlates. They don't have a parallel. They have a single entity. Now, this might be, I have to think about this in terms of the covert borderline, that this might be inverted somewhat in a phase of covert borderline, and I in line with the things that I've already said about, sorry, I said covert borderline, I meant to say covert narcissism. Yeah, so when the narcissist goes through a covert narcissistic phase, I've already spoken about covert narcissism. No, oh, man, I was actually thinking about covert borderline. So let me think now. Yeah, that's just probably a completely different clinical entity. I'll have to think about that in terms of this focus of this aspect of the model. Yeah, sorry, that doesn't have anything to do with covert narcissism, but Um, I guess I'm going to come back to this. My mind is wandering. Okay, continuing to talk about narcissism. Yeah, I was very tired when I was talking about the things before, but the problem is that this is a very complicated sort of issue. I think I've got a very good reading on what's actually going on. It's hard to describe it because it's hard to work out what to center the topic around, or what to center the subject around. And I think I've found a way to talk about it now a bit more systematically. So I think what characterizes a narcissist more than anything else, not from the outside but from the internal structure, is that it has a vacant inner child ego function. That its inner child doesn't have a trial and it doesn't have a sin. These things are fundamentally missing. What it has instead is a reverse engineered adult unconsciousness of a death and a lust, which itself is not a positive structure that is being contended from the narcissist itself. That structure is being reverse engineered after the subconscious of the adult function is engaging with other people. And that subconscious, let's say that the prime component of that subconscious, or the central axle that, in terms of how the subconscious of the adult's ego of the narcissist operates, is the false self, which is the smooth-skinned mannequin. So the smooth-skinned mannequin is engaging with other people's subconscious feeling bodies, and in the contact with other people's texture of other people's social bodies or feeling bodies within a particular subconscious atmosphere and environment and culture, whatever, which is fundamentally being gamed by the smooth-skinned mannequin of the narcissist. This is the false self is the centerpiece of the narcissist adult ego subconscious. And when that mannequin is making contact with other people's subconscious boundaries and such and ethoses, the narcissist is trying to extract narcissistic supply. But what is narcissistic supply? So narcissistic supply is dominance of their unconscious, adult ego's unconscious structures. It's the dominance of those structures over the other person's structures, which are the subtext of the subconscious interaction. So the narcissist wants to engage in subconscious interaction in which the subtext is that their unconscious structures are dominant of their adult ego. Now, these unconscious structures have the added bonus is that they can kind of be filled in post hoc. They can be read after the fact. They can be taken as read and then sort of be virtually present to seal the deal of the exchange of narcissistic supply, which is the dominance of the narcissist's unconscious structure over the thing that is projecting. Because in some sense, the unconscious structure is the progenitor of the subconscious, but because the narcissist subconscious is fundamentally the false self, is false, is the smooth-skinned mannequin, it can claim post hoc a structure. It can claim a, so it's trying to operate over a dominant subtext, but it can fill in with the detail of that subtext at whatever time is convenient. And in some sense, that ambiguity in the unconscious belief structure of the adult ego is the hollow container of the false self, is the hall of mirrors. It's a realm of possibilities. So it's kept in a kind of in a flux of multiplicity, and that energy of possibility in some sense still has to be curated. It has to be systematized, because the narcissist still needs to elect a particular structure. At some point, the structure actually has to be made manifest. The structure has to show its bones and its structure. It has to sort of prove itself that it sealed the deal in obtaining the narcissistic supply. Now, in some sense, the deal can never be sealed, because if it ever did that, then it would actually have a stable structure, and then that might work for a past scenario or for a particular instance, but it won't work for tomorrow. It won't work for the future. It won't work for the continuing strategy. In some sense, it has to continually amount to the smooth-skinned mannequin, and the only way to maintain a smooth-skinned mannequin is to deflect blame and accountability onto others. And so other people's structures must burden the need for the narcissist to receive narcissistic supply. But this is all this is a secondary post hoc rationalization for the structure that has already formed, and the strategy that is already kind of ongoing thing. The thing that the narcissist is suffering from is that they don't have their own independent inner child ego function. They don't have a trial and a sin. So they can't have a stable structure. Instead, they decided to create a stable subconscious adult ego. Now, I'm just going to guess and speculate at this point that this was because that in their parental attachment, or in their development as a child, they were put under a lot of pressure to just kind of to be on their toes of some kind of cutting edge of developmental line, and they saw their peers organically develop something that looked like an adult ego, and then they wanted to kind of, okay, look, I mean, other people's imagination on this topic might be better than my imagination on this topic, but I'm going to guess that there was a kind of internalized dehumanization, that their ego had their inner child had no boundaries, and because of the lack of boundaries, it could not precipitate a container of free theta. In some sense, the trial and the sin is the self-analysis, is the overview and the aftermath of taking into account what one has done. It is a kind of meta-analysis in terms of one's own internal activity, in terms of one's psychological schema. And the narcissist, in some sense, never took stock of themselves internally before rushing along to create an adult ego, out of some kind of pure necessity or some kind of pure sort of thing. This is almost the opposite of the borderline. I believe that when borderlines develop in their early developmental, they also have very chaotic environments, but borderlines dominate their trauma. They subvert their trauma. They might appear to be submissive, but it's really an elaborate subversion. It's really an elaborate kind of subterfuge. The narcissist has no subterfuge on the level of their inner child. All the subterfuge of the narcissist is operating on the level of the adult ego. The inner child is left jettisoned, undeveloped, and then in some weird, very vague, very tepid sense, they do have a trial and a sin in terms of their inner child, but they don't even, it doesn't make sense to them, because so whatever structure that they are developing post hoc for their adult ego is going to have a certain, let's say, ordinary value that ordinary people will see about it, in terms of, well, you know, if some people show you their belief structure in terms of their adult ego, they are revealing things about their inner child inadvertently. There's an inversion, there's a bit of a translation that's going on, that the free theta of the inner child, although it is embroiled in the trial and the sin, is actively engaged in that process of the trial and the sin. It's actively burdened by the trial and the sin. The narcissist is not actively burdened by the trial and the sin. But in the glimmers of the structure which is being generated in order to facilitate the adult ego of the narcissist, there is that is going to create a certain state within the place that the trial and the sin of the inner child would be. And so they have these apperceptions, but they don't have any free theta to do with them. It's just kind of like, they're just like solid, they're solid objects which are being left in a room, and the lights are never turned on in that room. So it's a dark warehouse, it's a dark storehouse of objects. And other people will have their own torch of their own insight, let's just say. I mean, maybe this is not such a common, ordinary thing, but it's common enough that exists within human perception, that when you understand that someone has a belief structure that they are representing in their adult ego, that there is a correlating inner child that that is being represented, also being obscured, but also being represented. It's not a direct representation, but it gives you a stylized impression as to the kind of nature of the inner child that was that formulated the adult ego. That there's a certain sort of passing off of or transition between the one and the other. The adult ego has to cover the same general thematic space, even if it's not the same relation, but it's the same thematic space. Now the narcissist is therefore able to get parts of the puzzle of their own lack of development of their own inner child's trial and sin. They can kind of contact it in terms of a reverse engineer, a reverse engineered sort of process. This would obviously be very painful. In some sense, I mean, the reason why most people develop an adult ego is because they are sick of dealing with their inner child's trial and sin. So to reverse engineer a trial and sin, one which one never really developed in the first place, but wherein the narcissist was able to kind of skip over that whole enterprise, and in some sense only develop a connection to it via the vicarious skin of other people's adult ego subconscious. So in some sense, they can see reflections of their vicarious inner child ego function in the texture of other people's adult ego subconscious, in the texture of other people's skin of their subconscious in their adult ego. And through the contact of their smooth mannequin skins against the texture and the color, so their colorless mannequin that is smooth skinned, relative in contradistinction to the texture of other people's adult ego subconscious, belies the rudiments of contacting their own what is represented to them as a vicarious door to their own inner child ego function. And so what they are trying to extract from the other person is what their inner child ego function would naturally have provided them in performing the segue into the adult ego, into assuring the fidelity and the integrity of the adult ego. So they have a very convoluted, externalized, vicarious inner child ego function that then has to be confirmed or has to be justified through the ideal search via the adult ego for the narcissistic supply that will provide the false self with its truth in some sense. But obviously this is a paradox. This is not soluble. So they've kind of the internalized realm of contradistinction between their and this is why there's always so much ideation around envy and pride and a kind of contest of status and of dominance. And in some sense, their need to have a dominant adult ego unconsciousness is what also stops them in that post hoc fashion from developing an adult ego structure that inculcates its own fidelity and integrity, because it's premised on domination of some contradistinction between the subconscious masks of these unconscious structures or belief structures. I say unconscious, they're not necessarily unconscious, especially not for the narcissist. In fact, the narcissist is not even unconscious of their beliefs. They just have very few beliefs, or no, that's also wrong to say, but they have all their beliefs are being concerted orchestrations, which then also have this kind of, which are also sort of up in the air, and that have a kind of a post hoc, and in some sense this is what the free theater of the inner child is busy administering. The free theater of the inner child is keeping itself unformed, is keeping itself vacant and vacuous and amorphous, in order to facilitate the reading of a contradistinctive sort of value judgment, so that it can identify in its adult ego the structure and the beliefs which would afford itself dominance. So it's kind of like the contradistinction of the skin of the subconscious between the subconscious feeling body of the narcissist and other people, is that it can read the texture on other people's skin and then sort of claim to have the right structure and the right texture and the right color of itself to assert itself as dominant over the other one. So, well, if that's your texture, this is my texture. It can always sort of play that post hoc. The only thing that gets destroyed here, in often the narcissist is doing wrong, is that it doesn't keep track of its own structural claims in some sense. It doesn't have any kind of continuity or sequitur, so it's sort of it will say things that are like non sequitur. It's a very inconsistent strategy in some sense, because it's premised on a kind of amorphousness and therefore it actually has to try to, every statement that it makes about its structure and about its beliefs, it has to kind of hedge in some kind of dialectical expression in order to protect it from being overtly inconsistent or hypocritical. So it's kind of like endemically it's hypocritical, and it can't escape its own hypocrisy. It can only try to sort of tone it down a bit by just being as mystical and esoteric and vague as it possibly can, and try to sort of always couch its statements in a kind of highly contextualized, sort of arena. So it's sort of, that it's always strung between some greater polemic, that it's always contending with some greater narrative, some greater polemic, because then it's sort of, it doesn't have to reveal or admit that it is sort of generating a kind of unilateral sort of dispersal of its own accountability, that it's always playing a game, and it's not responsible for setting the game. It's just contending with the game that has been set upon it. And so which is somewhat commensurate with the strategy of keeping this amorphous in a child. So in some sense it's the resignation that, I mean, you can almost see this, that it's all hedged around probably the imposed conditionality, or the imposed sort of psychological impoverishment, which was imposed by sort of an uncaring mother or something like that. That was that dead mother was imprinted upon. So I mean, as Sam Vaknin describes, the love of the dead mother, instead of hating the dead mother and perhaps trying to make a different sort of psychological coping mechanism or ulterior method of sort of I do think that there are perhaps, I mean, look, this is these are not prescriptions, but there are other ways of doing it. But there are perhaps there are less toxic forms of self-parentification than loving the dead mother, as it were. But in some sense, perhaps loving the dead mother is a bit too dramatic of a description. If I were to just technically describe it in terms of how this is also creating an ongoing dysfunctional structure within the narcissist, is that they condition themselves to the game of sort of setting up the archetype of the mother to be equivalent with the dead mother. So they sort of they dissolved the notion of an edifying mother, or even to use the mother more archetypally, that their own soul was they allowed their own soul to be conditioned by the force represented, or by the impact represented by the dead mother. And so they allowed themselves to sequester parts of themselves in order to conform with the lack of free theta in the inner child, and to create this kind of this amorphous post hoc fill in, well, I'll deal with it later. I mean, in some sense, I see it more as a power. As conditioning yourself within a kind of power deficit in order to gain power itself, in order to be able to kind of reassert a kind of power that leverages that conditionality as a stepping stone to a kind of to a kind of self-assured, leveraging a form of conditionality to its full exploitation. In I mean, I could call it a form of self-soothing. That is, in some sense, they decided to embrace the amorphous, kind of conditionality in order to self-soothe itself with a kind of superiority that could be imagined as being facilitated by going with that form of conditionality. So it's not just a kind of that this thing has been broken. This thing has been broken, but it's also it's seeking a form of consolation, which is also it is trying to console itself with access to a kind of self-secured access to endless amounts of power, but only power in as much as it can be wrestled from other people. So it's sort of the fidelity of other people's subconscious feeling bodies and other subconscious boundaries has to be the fuel of this access. So it's sort of, in some sense, you could say that, oh well, it's merely repeating the trauma of the dead mother. The trauma imposed by the dead mother is being used to garner and harness the kind of the substitute, the love substitute, and gain access to the power which became accessible via the conditionality that the imprint of the dead mother left on essentially it's interesting that, to say that they don't have free theta in their inner child, and then I've described it as being amorphous, and then I've described it as being that it is searching for a subconscious structure to endorse that will facilitate the success of the false self. And perhaps even fidelity of the false self. But the problem is that that is immediately impossible, because if the fidelity of the false self or the subconscious in the adult ego was ever going to happen, it would already be posited or postulated on the side of the inner child. But this inner child has put the adult ego before itself, and has given the adult ego reign to define the contents of the inner child ego function. Probably in the same, in some sense, the false self is therefore an inculcation of the dead mother, is probably a kind of, so they developed an adult ego that was a similar version of the experience that they receive. I think that the false self could within certain, obviously, because this is an internal structure that is being operated and needing also to be supported, but in some sense I think the false self becomes the surrogate dead mother, that continues to do the same thing to the inner child ego function that was performed by the influence of the dead mother. But and then again, to put a finer, detailed point on that, the false self doesn't even operate as its own thing. The false self operates in conjunction with other entities, with other feeling bodies, with other subconscious boundaries. And it's in the contradistinction between the texture of the skin of the false self and the texture of the skin of the other people's subconscious entities. It's between that contradistinction that beliefs are formed, and that the nature of the free theta of the inner child is whatever free theta there is, which is completely obsessed with that kind of contradistinction. Is that is it's the obsession with that kind of contradistinction that leads to the adult ego being in the state and the function and the processes that it is engaged in. Which, I mean, is another way of saying that it's very abstracted and it's very future looking, that it doesn't, that the inner child ego function being vicarious is not only vicarious, but it's also fundamentally disembodied, that it's predicated on an entirely new alien object. The false self is completely alien. It's completely forward thinking. It's completely future or idealized, orientated. It has nothing to do with what has come before in the inner child. So it's completely dislocated from the inner child subconscious and the inner child belief structure. That has all been now, I would argue that the borderline is very different from the narcissist, therefore, because the borderline, in some sense, is completely intact. The borderline is very close to an ordinary human being. It has a distinct adult ego and has a distinct inner child, and that their inner child is even more integrated than most normal people. The thing is that what they are doing to their adult ego strategically on the basis of their inner child creates a kind of plethora I haven't gone into covert. I don't want to talk about borderline now anyway. But yeah, I haven't spoken about covert narcissism, and I think that covert narcissism is going to be quite is going to be, let's say, switching on the light of the accumulated storage space of the state of the inner child ego function, that the ego function sort of actually switches on. And when all those objects are accounted for, or at least a great number of them are surveyed, it's just it's a kind of insurmountable challenge to the false self, because if the false self has to actually represent that, it's going to dismantle all of its subconscious space in some sense, because in some sense the narcissist is a train wreck that never gets to see its own wreckage, because it's always just moving into the future. And then if it has to kind of integrate its past accounts in some sense, and then try to perhaps revise its process of moving into the future, if it has to sort of change, tries to structure itself from making less carnage, from making less hypocrisy in some sense, if it has to sort of, then it can't do anything, or it has to, I mean, in some sense it's all issues around a common theme, which is that it has no legitimate purpose. It has no, because in some sense its purpose has always been about just being better in some kind of contradistinctive setting, in some kind of contradistinctive dominance. It has to be better. And if it actually has to have a positive belief structure, if it actually has to have a positive ambit of that it can move on the basis thereof, then so it's trying to find the value structure. It's trying to create like a hierarchy of beliefs or something like that. It's trying to curate its own beliefs. Probably because it's collected enough energy from the abrasion of other people, that it's kind of it is actually in the contradistinction between its smooth, colorless mannequin skin and other people's textured skin. It has collected enough blood from the abrasive contact with other people's subconscious mass, that it has collected enough blood-covered objects in the storehouse in the inner child to emerge enough free theta to coalesce itself into into the semblance of a legitimate, independent inner child, and then it has this malformed adult ego false self project that is balancing on top of this newly emerged inner child, and that's problematic. It's sort of like, well, what do you do after a disaster? It's like there are a million people that need triage, and there are things that are broken, and you're all deserted in the middle of nowhere. That's the kind of the situation of surveying the false self. And so you don't want to exacerbate the problem, but failure to do triage is going to cause problems systemically. When you have this many injured, and you have this many maimed, and you have this, so it's a disaster. It's a disaster area. The false self of the narcissist is a disaster area, but it does require some level of participation. And so this is the kind of the covert narcissism sort of thing. And to some extent, I mean, you could almost see it. I mean, you see now, how do you want to frame this? Because this can be, I can frame this depending on what is the actual, is there good use to be made out of the covert narcissism phase? Can it help towards healing narcissism or something like that? But I mean, in some sense, I think that the ordinary appearance of the covert narcissism phase, especially the early times that this happens, like not, I think after it's happened 2 or 3 times, then there'll be more of a recognition as to what this means in terms of the overarching unsustainability of the of everyone's false ego complex is fundamentally unsustainable. But this is a narcissist will start to see the failings of the structure, um, perhaps sooner than ordinary people with their more ordinary false ego complexes. But I think that at least in the first few times when the narcissist is naively going through a covert narcissism sort of phase, they will trust all of the structures in their false ego to a large extent in terms of their overarching habitual propensities. They will try to maintain them as best they can. They will try to reframe them within. In some sense, I think that they won't. A covert narcissist won't be born with a positive structure, with a cohesive structure. They will see that they don't have one, and that will be a problem, because in some sense, how does the free theta in the inner child conserve itself and keep itself alive if it cannot keep open the question of meta-analysis, which is, what should my purpose be, and how is it being thwarted by myself? How am I thwarting my own purpose? How have I done at executing my own will? And so if that question, I think, is ever fully answered, I think, you would essentially, I think you might heal narcissism. You might not essentially be a narcissist anymore. You might have some holdovers of some tendencies within habitual structures within the subconscious and things like that, and they might also threaten to completely undermine and rewire, in some sense, at some point, whenever you're probably developing out of a personality disorder, um, unless you have a very clear roadmap and understanding of all the structures that are involved in it, you will probably always be at risk of being confronted with large tracks of patterned habitual, sort of functioning, and then, sort of engage in some of those activities, and then eventually sort of override whatever alternative schema was developing. But anyway, so in some sense, I think the phase of a covert narcissist is the waking up of the inner child's ego function, and it probably won't have a clear positive purpose, but it will have a concern for contending one. It will have some kind of, and it will frame the false ego within that concern, which will make the whole structure of the false ego clunky and crude and sort of chaotic, and sort of just a kind of monstrosity. Anyway, um, and in some sense, the covert narcissist might also be an important tool in the general health of the narcissist as well. Not talking from healing narcissism, but just talking about like how it naturally would occur. That in some sense, narcissism, in its hypocrisy of its belief structure, might create such an unsustainable, kind of ethos, that even its own operating its own false self, it might have a smaller, let's say, platform within which to operate, that without a covert narcissism phase to kind of limit the toxicity of the narcissism, or to limit the hypocrisy of the belief structure, it would just continue to kind of spiral into a smaller and more contracted sort of because when the belief structure is so hypocritical as well, you are functionally you're psychotic. Functionally speaking, you don't understand reality to such a huge extent that your interfacing with reality is going to be so fundamentally dysfunctional. And so covert narcissism, a phase of covert narcissism, will shed insight into that and perhaps dissolve at least some of the strategies that the false self had been habitually reliant on or dependent on. Okay, I guess that's all I wanted to say about narcissism. Okay, I'm very conscious of the fact that I've talked over myself multiple times, and it is a sort of complicated array, but I guess just understanding what the trial and the sin actually are within a section of the ego complex. So within the inner child, the trial and the sin. I've described it as free theta, which is another way of saying that it's. I mean, calling something a trial and a sin, and then also calling it free theta, is a bit strange. But it's the computational power that one has, the freedom that one has to analyze the aftermath of what has come before. And it will invariably find itself corralled within certain patterns of thinking or whatever, which, under the rubric of certain themes. And so in some sense the trial is the obstacle to free theta, and then the sin is the kind of eventually the kind of judgment which is created in order to settle the score that the trial is contending against the free theta. It, in some sense, the sin is a way to kind of to accept something in the trial so as to try to start a new cycle. In some sense, the sin is another word for beginning again. But having recognized that one has failed at something, that one has missed the execution of the impetus of the will has gone unexecuted, so that there is a there's a failure that's reified in the sin, but it's a way to at least make the trial be over, and therefore to channel the free theta into a new project, which in most ordinary people, this new project is the adult ego, and then essentially the trial gets augmented and reframed into the death of that new entity, which is the adult system, or the adult section of the false ego complex. Then is created so that seamlessly, when the trial recurs, that it's merely reframed as a structural starting point, which is the conditionality within which the lust creates a new potency of possibility and exploitation from those conditions, so that the rules of the death which are repurposed from the trial, are the new schema for a different kind of different from the inner child, a different room of exploitation, a different kind of power that can be exerted. Um, Obviously, that pure hypothetical imagination that the lust represents, obviously ends up crushing itself, because as soon as it is elaborated as a vanity, as soon as the vanity gets any kind of definition, it sinks itself. Now, the narcissist doesn't have a death and a lust in their adult ego. Their death and lust is a post hoc um, elaboration of whatever needs to be read in order to continue this vanity, which is the smooth-skinned, colorless mannequin of this kind of this and now that smooth-skinned mannequin, when it's dealing with the texture of other people's subconscious emotion emotional bodies and masks or whatever, in the contact between the smooth skin of the narcissistic false self, the narcissistic subconscious apparatus, and other people's real, let's say, or authentic, or that they have internal integrity in terms of the structure of their feeling body and their subconscious, allows the narcissist to dress, to retrospectively pretend to have a structure, pretend to have a belief structure, pretend to have a death and a lust, which is like, then in this reverse process, is like a projection of light that is shining color and a pretense of texture onto the mannequin, onto the smooth-skinned mannequin. And whatever will be shone onto the mannequin will be whatever is needed in order for it to come off better in the contradistinction between their subconscious interfacing with other people's subconscious. So it'll allow them to dominate and to have and for their projection of that texture and that skin, which will be sort of post hoc reverse engineered, will also seem to come from a source that is a dominant source, that the structure of that is providing this projection of skin onto the smooth skin mannequin, will also, will try to play the role as being properly structured, but it's not really properly structured. It's an ad hoc structure. Now, in as much as that those ad hoc structures persist, and in the course of the narcissist, there are segues in life, there are phases of life, there are different arenas, there are perhaps multiple different skins that are being projected onto the smooth-skinned mannequin. And at some point, perhaps there are just incommensurate inconsistencies in this projection machine, which is this post hoc structure of a death and a lust. And what is being projected onto the false self is allowing the false self to experience the inner child correlate of those projections via the interaction with other people's skin, because other people have genuine skin and they get to experience their false projection of their skin via the contradistinctive sort of merge. So you can remember that the inner child is just obsessed with this contradistinctive maneuvering, this contradistinctive vicarious extraction of narcissistic supply, essentially, which is something like saying that via the contrast, there is a supplementary kind of fidelity of the false self that is sort of proven in the future, but it's not proven, that lies to be accessed in the future. That's how the inner child is basically oriented. Now, in some sense, there's another element to this which I shouldn't bring this up right now, but I'll bring it up anyway. Is that in some sense, the narcissist could otherwise be described to just not have an inner child trial and sin, and that they just have a continuation of their inner child subconscious. That the adult ego subconscious is a pale reflection of a continuation of their inner child subconscious, which inadvertently creates, through the structure of the narcissism, creates enough storage warehouse space of objects. In some sense, when the projection is from the adult ego unconscious, from the adult ego death and lust, that is being projected onto the false self to look like a textured skin, a residue of that process is this kind of, well, that textured skin is not even a permanent skin. It's not a real skin, but it looks like something, and that says something about the state of the inner child that would have been correlated to that. And so you kind of get a kind of a half-baked residual object which gets stored into the place that an inner child's ego function would be. That gets stored in the place where the inner child's trial and sin would otherwise, there would be, and so you get these objects collected in that storehouse that doesn't even have a light shining. It's a completely empty. It's devoid of, you can't see anything, but there are objects being stored there. But these objects are also not even complete objects. They're half objects, because they're like film props. They're meant to look like the real thing, but they're not even the real thing. They're just fragments of looking like the real thing from a certain angle. So they don't even have the other sides of them. They just have the facade. It's just a collection of facade props that they can't even see themselves, because they're not curating them. There's no one there. There's no one to turn on the lights. There's no one to pay the bill, to look at the contents there. But they steal in the transaction of dealing with other people in terms of the adult ego subconscious. They get rubbed off onto them a kind of residual trace of that, let's say, natural organic structure of a false ego complex that other people have the light on in this place that the narcissist has no presence in. And in the interaction with other people, there is a kind of refracted light that starts to be infused in this process that the inner child is constructively engaged in, which is this contradistinction, betterment, this obsession with being better and being dominant. Because if the inner child is only caring about facilitating an adult ego that is just amorphous enough and structured enough to be better and dominant over other people, eventually that architecture itself becomes at least has the potential of being made conscious in some sense, because in some sense the inner child is in a kind of metaphysical philosophical sense, it's epistemologically prior to the adult ego, but its function of what it's doing is so invested in the false self, is so tethered and inculcated within the false self. It's so it functions just to facilitate the promise that the false self is meant to bring home the bacon, the narcissistic supply. That it's so obsessed with the narcissistic supply that it's even willing to forge its own adult ego, sort of root, as it were. But then essentially, after enough inconsistency in that amorphous root, if that root sort of starts wanting to kind of grow in a kind of stable ground because it's even happy with itself, or it's stable within some context, within some hypothetical interpretation of itself, it's happy with itself on some functioning level, on some functional level, it's settled with itself. Settled is probably better than happy, because it doesn't really have authentic emotions. But let's just say it wants to debug its own listlessness. It's sort of it's up in the air. It's always half up in the air in this very precarious kind of that the false self can't really sort of, it has it has these sorts of it cannot really contain, it cannot be invested with any kind of real integrity or substance, because it just sort of it just dissipates because of the amorphousness. So if it ever wants to kind of undermine its own kind of amorphous, if it wants to try to stabilize that, the only resource that it has is other people's inner child, is other people's inner child's trial and sin, because it doesn't want to contend a trial and sin of its own, other than trying to keep that kind of that dominant strategy of the adult ego. So in some sense, it's so invested in the articulation of the adult ego to obtain narcissistic supply, that even within that program, within that project, there is a subset of eventuality in which it ends up trying to root the stability of the adult ego, of the false self, of the subconscious false self, into other people's, into what would become a kind of vicarious ego function. But it's an ego function that is in a very diffuse way stabilizing the narcissist, because what the narcissist is trying to stabilize is their subconscious, their adult ego subconscious. This is completely different to a borderline, because a borderline is using other people to stabilize their inner child. maybe I shouldn't contrast that too much. At this point, it's going to get too confusing for myself even to keep track of. But so what is the narcissist doing? The narcissist is so I mean, I guess what I've just described, though, the narcissist doing is also actually very analogous to some of the functioning that a borderline does. Um, but in some sense, the structure of the narcissist, the internal structure, is weighted completely differently. Um, and to a large extent, the structure of the narcissist is far more unconscious than the borderline. The borderline really knows what they're doing completely. They're part of the project, though, that the borderline is whereas the narcissist is much more of an unwitting sort of because the structure itself is quite a large impediment. The dysfunction of the pathology um, has very hard effects, and I don't want to think about borderline right now because I'm not dealing with that right now. But I feel like it's going to be something like borderlines. Um, I mean, it really is the difference between that the borderline strategy is based on actively perpetrating something, whereas the narcissistic strategy is probably more to do with the reifying or with the perception or the input function. It's sort of the conditionality imposed on the trial by some kind of outside um, oh yeah, I mean, I guess I mean, they're actually, as far as I can see, that they're just incredibly different because the borderline has its own inner child and adult ego, and then they are merely using a kind of, they have a second vicarious judgment where they are modeling and they have a model of their sin, and then they have a vicarious vestige where they can sort of project and manage that. So they're using an external organ um, in order to mimic and puppet internal structures, and then sort of within that sort of that drama and that context, they can sort of disguise to themselves that everything that they want can be theirs, and if it isn't, then they can offset that sort of thing. Whereas a narcissist is sort of completely different. That they impose a conditionality upon themselves that they have no access, they have no right of access to a certain aspect of their inner child ego function, and they only give themselves access to that via, well, in some sense they never gain access to it, but they have they have glimmers of it via, let's say, the refracted light that they see in the eyes of their quarry, of their prey, of their false self. So sort of in the glimmers of life that they see in their sort of what's the word, in the predation of narcissistic supply, in the process of their predation for narcissistic supply, they see reflections of a reconstituted inner child in the contradistinction of how other people are have access to their inner child, or whatever, glimmer that they can see from that, and sort of in that reflected light they can sort of eventually see the contents that they have stored up in that space where an inner child's ego function would be, which then also becomes the basis of a covert narcissism uh, uh, but in some sense also the self-imposed limitation of not having, let's say, an organic trial and a sin in their inner child, um, is the freedom of the false self to virtually forge, to create forgeries, and to create post hoc structures, because essentially the one impoverishment means that essentially they don't in some sense they're not bound by the rules of having a death or a lust, but they can somewhat enjoy both in some sense. That I feel like it's probably echoes, in some sense. I mean, I've said this before, that they are kind of like exemplars of the enticed lust, because they have no I mean, I wonder just how much this can be reconstituted in the inner child's enticed lust. That if this whole apparatus is not just a kind of an incredibly elaborate inner child enticed lust that is perpetrating all of these things in order to seemingly avoid the development of a trial, or to avoid the perception of a trial and the subsequent judgment of a sin, but that ends up kind of creating a project which ends up eventually, because it's impossible to have an enticed lust and to not perceive a trial from it. And in some sense, that's exactly what is happening with the narcissist, but in a much more elaborated sort of way, in a way in which the whole apparatus of the adult ego is inculcated into that weird, elaborated structure of an enticed lust. So much so that when they arrive at their trial and their sin, they don't have the energy to convert that trial and that sin, because it's gotten at in such an indirect, internally acrimonious, sort of reverse engineered procedure, that they no longer have the motivation to then actually make that an adult ego. Their enticed lust has gone on such an elaborated misadventure that they essentially, I mean, this is another way of saying, well, if the false self is an aspect of the adult ego, but that it's also not a true adult ego at the end of the day, that it's fundamentally false. It proceeded from a fake premise, and so it was never properly an adult ego. That then the narcissist, in the final analysis, never had an adult ego. Is another way of saying that, but they simulated something that had enough structural um, resemblance of an adult ego that it kind of arrests their trial and their sin and their inner child to the extent to which that they just don't have the momentum to translate that into an authentic adult ego. Um, that might be one way to cure or heal narcissism, that they could essentially for them to consider themselves to not have ever generated an adult ego, that they are, let's say, that they are a 4-year-old that had an elaborate misadventure and a drama and a trauma, but now they're actually going to continue to grow up, and they're actually going to not start with an adult ego, but to start with the trial and the sin of their inner child, and then translate that trial and that sin into a death and a lust. And in some sense, there is the beginning of this kind of development into an adult ego. It does require, sometimes it requires fiction, sometimes it requires fabrication in some sense. I mean, I say that in a kind of poetical sort of way, that there is no point in abrogating the notion of accountability and responsibility. There is no point, because in some sense that's what narcissism is. It is to say that, oh, I was conditioned by the dead mother, and now I am the way that I am, and then there is no resource for which to salvage the capitulation into the recapitulation of mental resources into the development of an adult ego, because you don't have that command of over the container of the mind, as it were. Um, I mean, there might actually be exercises in terms of theta clearing in Scientology, which would probably be the kinds of confidence that one needs in order to novate from a in inner child into being able to contend an adult ego, or at least to initiate the start of an adult ego. I mean, it's weird. To a large extent, I think many people, they are at certain levels of arrested development in terms of their adult ego. I mean, many people, I think, are functionally, they are haunted by their adult ego, because in many different facets and aspects, they still have hang-ups within their inner child, but their adult ego is still also virtually developing, and developing its capacities in various ways. Um, in some sense, it's the most stable apparition that the false ego complex is able to sort of surmount, because until it has enough of a refined structure that is inculcated within its own resources, it cannot be pinned down as a stable entity even. that until it generates and creates an entity out of its own resources, it cannot really be worked with. It cannot be clay, to be processed or transfigured into a transmutation that could precipitate something like self-actualization. So, until people are in the realm of the adult ego, and in the same way, I think someone who is perhaps healing themselves from narcissism, who can follow all of this to some extent, in some kind of therapeutic program that follows the lines of some of the things that I've laid out, I would say there is a lot of virtual experience that one could have even accumulated via the organ of the false self that could be repurposed into populating a robust adult ego, within a stable schema, of a contended adult ego that is in the ordinary sense, constructed from the inner child's ego function. I mean, I consider myself to be very shadow focused. I mean, to a large extent, the adult ego does not have to be emulated subjectively. It can be virtually, in some sense, that's the true nature of the adult ego, is that it just merely gives you access to another trial and a sin. In the final analysis, the value of the adult ego is that it gives you two more dimensions to express free theta through. And via that pinnacle achievement through the adult ego, one has a second hand, a second a second instrument, and a second witness to dissect the initial root of the adult ego that I've sort of described as the woman and the dragon, or the spirit of man, or the two dimensions below the false ego complex, which become the root of the false ego complex, which was never consciously promulgated, which remains a kind of hidden a hidden force which underpins the false ego complex, that will not be reformed or rehabilitated merely by dealing with the false ego complex, that it will lead to precipitating a recurrence, but it is also the woman and the dragon. They need to not be destroyed. They need to be rehabilitated. They need to be sequestered, and independently sort of realigned, so that the child from the woman is a sort of transcends the inheritance of the woman and the I wonder if there actually is a residual inheritance in the root. If there is a I mean, well, this is allegory at this point, talking about these figments of John's dream, but something to be picked apart about the because I mean, it is the spirit of man that is a necessary metaphysical substrate to the truth and the spirit of truth, and which is the same spirit of liberty and choice, so that you can be chosen of God. It requires a choice between God and another spirit, the spirit of man. So and the redemption via the Son of Man requires some relation to the spirit of man. Or the redemption from the Son of Man. Anyway, this is a bit of a tangent, but somewhat covered that topic more in other recordings. But anyway, okay, so let me rehash the scenario again of the narcissist. So the narcissist doesn't really have free theta in their inner child, so which is their ego function. So they have no free theta, but they end up getting objects within that space that free theta would usually compute within. But because essentially it starts off as being a void, as being completely vacant, and in some sense there is a kind of vicarious strategy that this vacancy is attached to, which is the adult ego subconscious. So the adult ego subconscious, or the false self in the narcissist, is this smooth-skinned mannequin, and in the adventures of the smooth-skinned mannequin, in the adventures of the false self, there is a way in which that other people are a mirror to the false self, and the objects which are seen in that mirror are objects which are furnished from the other person. They are the objects of the other person's structural underpinning of their emotional state, which is their adult ego's belief structure, which is conversely also via one degree of translation is also their inner child's ego function, is essentially the transcription of their inner child's ego function and their inner child's free theta. So the objects, other people's objects, are what the false self sees in the mirror in the interaction with other people. So the mirror of the false self, which is also a vague kind of scenario that I'm trying to allude, is also the kind of, that's the domination of those objects, and the almost the kind of the surreptitious gainsaying that those objects were already accounted for within the pantheon of the internal structure of the narcissist, in this kind of post hoc way, that those objects were already sort of we're already consumed and has been and they've already been processed. They've already, that any possible, so essentially the vacancy in the inner child's ego function for the narcissist is played off as the false self, as a kind of masterful, a kind of amorphous mastery, a kind of eternally mystifying, infinitely mystifying sort of mastery that can be deployed as and when the subconscious in the adult ego is when the false self is exerting its weight and its pressure on its on the other people that are in the domain of that adult ego, subconscious plane of a kind of the shared space, or that shared culture of interaction that the narcissist has in their den or whatever. But anyway, so the objects which they end up accumulating in that vacancy is from a kind of is those objects are essentially stolen objects that are obtained when the false self is looking into the mirror in which it sees its own post hoc construction of their inner child. And in some sense, those objects which fill that vacancy are therefore other people's objects which have been bested. So in some sense, their objects are not the narcissist's objects, but they know that whatever the narcissist is, in terms of its internal underpinning, must be better than those objects. So by contradistinction to those objects, there is some kind of definition of the so in some sense there's a looming it's like it's like a sword of Damocles, which is somewhat gaining kinetic energy, potential energy, because it has to be able to kind of destroy this furniture that is collecting. It has to have mastery over these things, and eventually these objects might arrange themselves internally, depending on the kind of interaction that they have, into enough of a kind of symmetrical plane, into enough of a configuration that it actually sort of emerges its own separate consciousness or its own separate structure, and that separate structure and the semblance of that structure is the emergence of a covert narcissism phase. So the kind of anyway, and so in some sense that covert narcissism phase would like to revert back to the primary sort of normal narcissistic mode, but those objects get piled up in such a wise as to produce a kind of cul-de-sac. It creates sort of it impedes functioning, because the amorphousness of the vacancy that the vacancy of the inner child's ego function is supposed to facilitate the freedom and the exertion of power in a mystifying way that the false self is orchestrating, gets impeded by those structures, which in some sense they would generally occur over prolonged exposure from the narcissist to a particular, let's say, a particularly consistent kind of subconscious force. And a narcissist is also drawn to this. They are drawn to conquering sources of narcissistic supply they are drawn to because in some sense the only thing that exists within the operation of the false self is this very strange and dry and black and white dichotomy of the opportunity of narcissistic supply versus the versus impediments to it. And so if there's a kind of within that black and white, there is a certain gray that can pose a kind of mystery to a narcissist, which they wouldn't be able to, let's say, decode themselves, but would play itself out in the construction of a more sophisticated configuration of those collected objects which are reflected to the false self about the content, or about something that outlines the content of the inner child's ego function. So the inner child's ego function is vicariously portrayed to the narcissistic false self in the mirror of the narcissistic false self, which is the components of other people's inner child. So the narcissist is collecting mangled body pieces of other people's inner child, and it is believing itself to have a superior structure to those things, but eventually that those mangled parts inform enough of a complete sort of model of functioning that then has been internalized sort of somewhat indirectly and vicariously, that then they have to outwit an internal model that has been emulated internally, in some sense, because then they have something to live up to. They've actually got, let's say, a competitor to the false self in this prospective, although it's been derived at sort of in a circumlocuitous, sort of, it's been derived at in the wrong order, because it's been derived at, and it also undermines the functioning of the false self, and it's been derived consequently because of the interaction that the false self has engaged in, that it's at a point at which the prospective competitor of this model, in some sense, is an alien to the false self, and it's an alien to the narcissistic structure. And in some sense, the prime narcissistic structure wants nothing more but to kind of find a way to delete the cachet, to empty out what should be vacant, because the more vacant and sterile the inner child ego function, the more powerful the false self can sort of attain to, because the more mysterious amorphousness it can indulge in. But essentially, this is the problem: is that the power of the narcissist, the more it is exercised, the more it wanes. And it wanes with the emergence of this competitor model of a non-vacant, of a substantive structure, which is itself a kind of Frankenstein monster, and in some sense is not accorded with the integrity of self. It's almost like it's closer to the self than the false self. It's closer to home, but it ontologically proceeds after the false self. So there's a problem there, but that also its contents has been modeled vicariously to it. So in some sense, it's a looming admiration of qualities of the damned and the dead and the maimed that have been collected in the wake of the narcissistic false self. So it's like it's the wreckage, it's the aftermath of the wreckage of the narcissistic false self that has been that the carnage of which has found objects collecting in the inner child, ego function essentially, and enough objects have essentially been collected in the mirror of other people's adult ego, subconscious feeling bodies or whatever, that the narcissist has a model of an inner child ego function. Now, it's not their model. Well, it is and it isn't. But, I mean, they've somewhat inherited it. They didn't sort of develop it. It's not developed based on, again, it's sort of, epistemologically, it's tethered to an external source, and in some sense that source is still vested in the adult ego subconscious. So in some sense, it's the wiring of those contents, or of that functioning, is sort of is dysfunctional, relative to an ordinary false ego complex, because it's sort of. But I mean, I guess that could be perhaps that could be internally reframed. Perhaps in some sense, in a covert narcissistic phase, what a narcissist could do is try to supplement that garnered insight that they have, that they could perhaps consider themselves the recipients of some kind of good fortune, that they have had this yes, pathological historical development, but if they could sort of retrain that structure and try to kind of embed it within a kind of ontological re-encapsulation of their inner child, so essentially that they can sort of try to heal the inner child, by trying to reintegrate that insight that they have essentially garnered from experiencing other people's inner child vicariously, to kind of simulate a rehashing of some kind of developmental missing link, in terms of applying that same kind of insight, but not to the arena of the adult ego, but try to sort of apply that to a reinterpreted childhood and reinterpreted childhood memories, reprocessing the decisions that led up to essentially keeping the inner child as a null space, the inner child's ego function, or free theta, as a null space, as just a kind of tendency to keep it null and to engage into an adult ego process of extracting narcissistic supply, to sort of, which imprints within itself the kind of the conditionality of the kind of the maimed soul, as in the maimed inner child, which is, I think, is the more relevant aspect of the dead mother, which has been loved, in inverted commas. I mean, in some sense, loving the dead mother, as Sam Buckton would put it. I mean, there are biblical scriptures that I think are just loving the darkness, loving the not understanding, loving the maimed, dysfunctional truncation of the inner space, in some sense, of turning out the lights on the inner child's free theta, in some sense embracing the unconsciousness of the inner child, to the extent to which that the inner child is in a complete arrested development. And that will involve reframing, let's say, whatever the narrative of the atrocious set of traumatic memories there are, that will have to be reframing that into taking on a level of individual accountability and blame for loving that sense of truncated and conditional function, psychological functioning. That the idea is that I was not seduced and I was not under compulsion. You have to. I mean, you can have two opinions about it, but you have to develop the opinion that this was a self-inflicted strategy, and essentially to rehabilitate that decision, and to reframe that decision as not being imposed, and not having a conditionality imposed onto one's psychological schema, but in terms of deciding to be imprinted, deciding to take on the imprint of the conditionality that was modeled to you, or whatever. Of the actual process of the internal construct that was fashioned in order to facilitate. If it's not, if this is not reevaluated as being under the purview of the self-deterministic decision-making, if those decisions are not revisited and owned, obviously it's I can't see how there's any kind of there's not going to be any kind of accessibility to the there are certain things that essentially have to be bootstrapped for there to be any efficacy in any kind of therapeutic. There is a necessity for bootstrapping in terms of any kind of positive psychology, I guess. But I can make general philosophical arguments, but this is not really quite the time for these things. But essentially, the power of the mind to elect where the external sensation and environment ends, and the internal domain and purview of decision making and modeling of reality and modeling of one's subjective reality begins. That is a fundamental cornerstone of, I guess you could even say, the notion of free will. But essentially, the ability of the mind or consciousness to elect such distinctions is the faculty of free will itself, but also the and is probably the definitional prerequisite of sentience. But which obviously means that when one does not operate that capability in a kind of good faith when it's sort of been lost or obscured or been, let's say, enslaved by some kind of symbolic uh, uh, mechanical process uh, uh, that one has forgotten that one elected that process to have a kind of instrumentalist objectification of the self-image and the character of the self, which then becomes a kind of semantic or symbolic reductionist um, route to some sort of objective deterministic domain in which the distinction between that external experience and the internal decision making um, process that models the self and exterior you know that distinction essentially um, gets lost in the woodwork, and so in some sense the capability of sentience is never lost, but its actual exercise, its actual um, uh, conscious operating uh, uh, of that level of decision making essentially is barred and gated by whatever sort of semantic, symbolic parcels of encapsulation that this sort of confected, convoluted, monistic narrative that essentially the monism of there not being a kind of an internal decision space and an external experience uh, that sort of dualism upon which philosophical free will, at least in terms of how I've just outlaid it, in terms of the psychological or mental domain, how it is how that functions is dissolved, and you get this kind of I mean, in some sense, the only residual effect of this, in terms of how it can be contacted, is to accept blame that one has loved the darkness, and the accountability and the recognition that that is what one has done. One has loved the darkness, and under the let's say the symbolic um, monistic narrative of essentially the sub feelings within the container of that vague smoky foggy distortion of one's own sentience within a kind of mystified sort of bedeviled subjective experience under the umbrella of that love of the darkness that then whatever sort of drama and sort of configuration of emotional circuitry which one has been relegated to under that general auspice of loving the darkness is yeah, I mean, I guess, there are things that have to be bootstrapped in order to make any firm headway. Um, so it's not merely just to indulge in winding up another of the potential self states which are contained by that umbrella of loving the darkness, under that prime, let's say, obstruction to setting up, because I mean, essentially, the free theta of the inner child is in some sense the most solid contemplative ground there is the most real and primal raw. It's not like raw intelligence, but it is the first opportunity of the ego, the false ego complex in general. It is the most authentic application of intelligence, and in some sense, the project of the adult ego is a secondary outlet that is birthed from that intellectual disposition of free theta in the inner child. The narcissist has done something very strange in that by essentially being agnostic to its own free theta in its inner child, it has tried to transform the false ego complex into a external experience, and therefore the only access that it actually has to what it has done to itself and to have recourse to its own will, that because in some sense it doesn't even, its inner child does not even sin, that they can only see glimmers of them of their let's say of their actual state through the reflection of other people, using other people as a mirror to their to the non-operation, but of their inner child, or their inner child's ego function rather. So in some sense, I mean, there are other ways of framing this, and I've done this in the last recording, where it's almost as if the subconscious of the inner child and the narcissist is almost like created this fractal world within itself. To avoid from yeah, I mean, maybe thinking about this, maybe it's opened some doors in my mind that I need to rehash some of my theory around self-actualization and dealing with the false ego complex, because perhaps it is more true that dealing in the adult ego, or mastery of the adult ego, is just meant to be a kind of way station to understanding, because in some sense it might be like a sort of, I mean, I do perhaps even think that in earlier times, in different times, people didn't even have an adult ego, they only had an inner child, that the adult ego itself was a kind of was a psychological evolution, and it was almost developed on purpose and evolved to be structured the way it is structured, so as to create a an awareness and a certain kind of sensitivity to understanding what's going on, so that that knowledge could then be repurposed to solve the problem of the inner child, which people don't have the kind of, because essentially the adult ego is at least being contended outside of the inner child. It slightly overlaps with the inner child, but it is outside of the inner child, so it can fundamentally be objectified um, from the intellect or the intellectual resources which are still within the inner child. Whereas, um, obviously, in most cases with ordinary people, people were lost in both cases. They're lost in the case of the inner child, and they got convoluted and lost in terms of the inner child. But at least if one has enough, if one does the great work, as it were, the philosopher's stone, the spiritual alchemy, the spiritual awareness, if one is trying to get to grips with what's going on here, with what the problems are, at least the adult ego is a microcosm of the problem, but it's much more contactable in some sense. It's much more it's readily pervaded. Um, anyway, that is just meant to be a way to sort of be a testing grounds and to develop the tools which then can be redeployed to the inner child. Um, Obviously, you would need to know more than just how to fix your own adult ego, because essentially your own adult ego is going to be slightly overlapping with your inner child, but it's going to be it's going to be a creature that occupies different dimensions of psychological reality. They are distinctly displaced in terms of the 17 model or the 17 dimensions of psychological reality. So there's it's completely in a so it's like, obviously it can only facilitate as a stepping stone within a much more holistic understanding of the subject. But and in some sense, I mean, this might be in the scriptures what the obsession with law is, and the development of law and the discovery of law, um, and the fulfillment of the law, which in some sense I think is something like the study of the adult ego. I think is could generally be seen as which is something like the clothing of civilization, which is adorned by the free theta of the inner child. Um, it is the persona proper. It is the mask proper, that the mask that is developed by the inner child and honed by the inner child, and which the inner child can critique, and it does develop a life of its own, and it does develop problems of its own, and in the resolution of those problems and the balancing of those problems, perhaps there's also perhaps a kind of a hopelessness. But when that hopelessness is fully crystallized as understanding, the all the ins and outs, that is a general sort of template for being able to perhaps disentangle oneself with what, I mean, I've already sort of started talking about the root of the inner child, perhaps being related to the spirit of man, the woman and the dragon. Which, in some sense, the only analogous facet that exists between the root of the inner child and the inner child section of the false ego complex itself is between the adult ego and the subconscious in the inner child, because the subconscious in the inner child occupies the same space that what I've called the root of the inner child, which was never decided on, which was never, that was not part of the process, that was not part of the ontological process of developing the false ego complex. The root grew after the seed was planted, and so the root that develops is properly unconscious. It was never conscious, but it is something that has to be dealt with in terms of trying to overturn or trying to overcome, I believe, the adult ego complex. And the only analogous facet that exists to that relationship, which can only be garnered by developing an adult ego and by contrasting the subconscious of the inner child to the adult ego, because it is that I think is the most primal the most important archetypal machinery that is related to dealing with the or what I've called the spirit of man, or the root of the false ego complex. And so, like, understanding the problem of the adult ego in a kind of, in a holistic sense, but also in relation to those two dimensions, will give you the sharpest clue as to how to settle. And perhaps what you would also need is, ideally, you would want to find another human being that it just so happened that their adult ego and inner child subconscious was the same as your inner child, with the two dimensions below the inner child, because then you would have a direct parallel in understanding the drama between their adult ego and their inner child subconscious, which would give you a directly paralleled, sort of, it would give you an external example of the kind of, like, of the almost the metaphysical conundrum that your inner child was fundamentally sort of the conundrum that your inner child has eventually sort of baked itself into via the process of developing itself. Because in some sense, I do think that it is the aspect beyond the direct decision-making capacity that is the most that is the greatest impediment to doing something about it. Because essentially the problem is not just that you have made bad decisions. You have made bad decisions in the development of your false ego complex, but there have been secondary repercussions from that, which have in some sense created a kind of a priori disorder. I mean, this sounds like nonsense. I'm going to make this as a paradox, but you've created an a priori disorder that occurred post fact, in sort of in a post hoc sort of from some post hoc paradigm. Now you've got an a priori disorder which you never had. So even if you sort of undo the I don't know enough Latin, but whatever the sine qua non chain might be, that you still have this a priori residual problem, which you never even which in some sense you have inherited now. from your own. I mean, you didn't inherit it from history. You inherited it from your own events and occurrences and engagements in the development of your own false ego. Um, but anyway, and to dispel that dysfunction, which in some sense will have a kind of gravitational force into, I think, precipitating the woman and the dragon to just give birth to a new inner child, um, which is problematic. So you have to find a way to rehabilitate uh, those forces. Otherwise, it's just sort of. Otherwise, I don't even think. I think the sort of the depiction of this in Revelations just gets arrested. But anyway, I'm going to stop sort of speculating. But anyway, that's where my thoughts are. Okay, so I'm just going to rehash another. I mean, I think it's hard to describe because essentially, to first say that the inner child ego function of the narcissist is vacant, and then to say that the transactional sort of interaction that the false self is engaged in terms of the adult ego's subconscious, is constructively producing a theme within that vacant inner child ego function, and that theme is imparted via the culture of the operation of the false self. And so, and also this is to emphasize the thing that I say, that in some sense the model of an inner child ego function which starts to emerge is not the narcissist's inner child ego function. It's a model of an ego function that is the kind of leftover of the inner child ego functions that the narcissist has been dominating in other people. So whenever the subconscious, um, their adult ego subconscious false self is interacting with other feeling bodies and social masks, um, that there is an implicit uh, theme in which they are making a claim that their inner child ego function is dominant over the character of the inner child of the person um, that the false self is transacting with. And so in the process of their false self um, winning narcissistic supply by subjugating the or by trousing the or overruling the subconscious eminence of other people's social masks and feeling bodies, that is creating a residual claim that their inner child ego function is displacing and dominating the influence of other people's inner child ego functions. Now, that in some sense is not that comes primarily from having a particular history of their false self trousing and trampling on another person's with some consistency, that there is some consistency of a pattern of interaction. And through that course of that interaction, through that course of that pattern, they are seeing indirectly an outline of their own inner child ego function, because they have to comport an inner child ego function which is via contradistinction laying claim to hold dominion over the footprint of what is being managed by other people's inner child ego functions. So it's a kind of, this is almost a secondary precipitate. This is precipitated via the false self. It's not a, it's not, it happens sort of post hoc. This is kind of like upon reflection in some sense. And it's very hard for the narcissist to even see the outline of their own inner child ego function via this method, because it's so indirect. And in some sense, it's a negative impression as well, because they gain a kind of objective overview of what they need to be able to displace. So they know that they need to contend a model of an ego function which has a dominating footprint over the kinds of structures that they have displaced via their domineering engagement in the extraction of narcissistic supply via their false self. So every time that they've actually recorded themselves as succeeding in extracting narcissistic supply, it is tethered as an event to having an objective, I don't want to use the word objective, but there's a certain object which is imported into their inner child ego function, that they have to, let's say, indirectly have some monitor about how masterful they are, in contradistinction to how that object was being managed and being, because essentially their trick is that they are usually vacant, so they can just kind of amorphously take whatever, argue anything that is convenient to argue after the fact as to why their methods are better or superior and more mysterious and more naturally sort of clairvoyant and such, with a sort of a little bit of magical thinking that mainly is relying on a kind of post hoc sort of, it's almost got that kind of that skepticism sort of based into it, that you can always deride other people because they actually have a structure to attack, and obviously they are like water, they are like fluid, they can just always fill in whatever, they can always just claim to represent whatever gap is not being represented, in contradistinction to the structure that they are deriding, and then also displacing. Now, at some point, if there is a certain level of consistency either in the interaction with this person, eventually via the false self even, they can sort of be led into a cul-de-sac. They can be led in, because essentially by their own pattern of interaction, by their own, let's say, via the backdrop of the narcissistic supply that they've extracted from deriding the other person's, constructively, that they've derided the other person's inner child ego function, that if, I mean, this is also takes into account that there's enough fidelity, there's enough coherence within the subconscious realm of how the false self was interacting with something, that had enough, let's say, that the culture of that track of interaction was sort of tethered to some kind of that was tethered to a very clear, coherent sort of rules, or a style that was sort of that was capable of sort of grounding a kind of a substrate within which objects of this kind could be collected in that kind of inner child paradigm, ego, in the sort of the paradigm of that otherwise vacant ego function in their inner child. So there's something about the culture of some person or some interaction or some sort of consistency, or just similar experiences that eventually build up a kind of a residual net, or like which eventually holds these objects, which are kind of like trophies. So these objects become like trophies that are fundamentally connected to the extraction of narcissistic supply. So the narcissistic supply comes with these trophies, and eventually these trophies become burdensome because they are the trophies that have been stolen from other people's inner child. And at some point, you cannot hold all those trophies. You cannot. The narcissist cannot claim all of those trophies simultaneously without having, let's say, an oversubscribed amorphousness. So, in the face of that oversubscription, they then suffer a kind of, because I mean, it's fine when that amorphous inner child can use its vacancy as a kind of as a source of power, but when it's oversubscribed in such a way that it sort of it then drives itself into a kind of fatally flawed condition. And the simple creature that it is, its amorphousness is exceptionally impotent, therefore. And that impotence is means that essentially that the false self doesn't have a clean fuel source to continue to burn. So it has to sort of recuperate that amorphous vacancy in some sense, but it can't do that without letting go the trophies and the objects that have been stolen from other people, because it's those objects which are somewhat anchoring within a web as well, which is a separate sort of component. I mean, the web itself is a kind of you could say that the web itself exists whenever a narcissist is in a consistent pattern of interaction, and in some sense it exists just so that they can ordinarily keep track that they have a sufficient enough amorphous vacancy that they can continue to kind of skeptically invert and to drive their to be the hidden power of their false self, so that they can deploy a kind of skeptical. This is a bit. What I'm saying is a bit metaphorical, but in some sense, it's like that they can leverage doubt freely against the structures of the people that they're coming across, because they don't have to have the same level of intellectual humility and honesty, because they are vacant on that level, whereas other people have targets that therefore can be painted on them from a vantage point which is, from the narcissistic point of view, somewhat um, hypothetical. Uh, so uh, anyway, so what's the point that I'm basically trying to arrive at is that the the objects and the trophies are images of other people's functioning in a child ego function, and they know that they have to have displaced those models, that then they have that residual ghost of an inner child, of other people's inner child, which then sit with them as objects that they have collected as a kind of headhunting trophy. Um, so they have these models, and if they develop any one of these models well enough that they can actually see it in three-dimensional, they can start to even develop a kind of admiration. And essentially, I think it's this admiration that precipitates a kind of covert narcissism, is that if they can actually generate admiration for a model of an inner child ego function, then in the shadow of that model, and that model doesn't have to necessarily um, uh, doesn't have to manifest from a single person. It can manifest from a confluence of these objects. That there's something that it's possible that there could be such a model from a confluence and a convergence of all these trophies. There could be such a person, there could be such an entity that puts the narcissistic strategy to shame, because they can't actually find real fault with it, and then they realize that the tricks that they use by sort of using the power of this vacancy, of this void, is essentially a kind of in some sense it gives them an alternative reproach to their own structure. But that alternative is a kind of, is a byproduct, is not even a necessary byproduct. I mean, I think it's normal that a narcissist would, through the course of their life, maybe more often than not, develop this realization. But it's not, technically it's not really possible. But I think given enough time and general sort of life experience, one could expect that it is normal. I mean, it might even be quite late in life. Um, it also, there might need to be certain levels of magical thinking which are eroded or are breached and fail, that also then prove the logic that the of the fallibility of the magical thinking of the narcissist might need. If that's never experienced, then perhaps, there's a kind of, there's an endless kind of psychosis that can't ever sort of fathom its own um, uh, it can't even begin to conceive of its own sort of ineptitude, or a potential sort of deficit in its own sort of structure. But I think that there is something about the covert narcissistic phase which portends and represents a general objectification of the of the narcissistic functioning. But anyway, yeah. So I wanted to just clarify and to go over that again, in terms of that the objects are somewhat a byproduct of the fact that the false self has to best other people, and in the process of besting other people, it gets a glimmer and a taste of another person's inner child, and sorry, that of their ego function, of another person's inner child's ego function. And when it sees that, it also sees it at the same time. It must also conquer it, and so it must consider itself superior to that. Now, that essentially that particular frame of reference, that particular datum on that snapshot, eventually will accumulate a crowded vacancy in their inner child ego function, and it will create a kind of negative impression of something that their inner child has to inhabit. And so it might eventually sort of, in the same way that you can use negative, like in certain art, when they use, like when you have a white piece of paper and you have charcoal, and you use the charcoal to make a vivid image of something, by essentially, by using negative, and so by negative space they end up actually sort of getting at a kind of a structure of an inner child that they don't own, but they indirectly have sort of constructed. That's the kind of the circumlocuitous, sort of indirect ownership that they have then of a kind of of a strange covert narcissistic structure, which perhaps even itself, after sort of engaging in a consciousness of its own, reaches the end of its naturally sort of reaches the end of its tether, because it without narcissistic supply, to supply it with that negative structure of creating that negative impression, it can't really sustain itself. But I mean, I guess there are also hypothetical ways for it to have to use the false self to extract a kind of narcissistic supply. I mean, I can see that there's a form perhaps of covert narcissism which could pretty much always stay in that phase of covert narcissism, because it can merely sort of extract narcissistic supply hypothetically. It can, through the imagination of the subconscious, of the adult ego subconscious, effectively. Anyway, I'll just have to see if there's anything else for me to add to the subject. I don't think there is. Okay, so just to put some finer points on some of these, on some of this modeling. So essentially, the covert narcissism sort of phase is a byproduct of the primary narcissistic false self in interaction, which precipitates these a kind of a sympathetic induction into dealing with objects, or at least furnishing what would otherwise be a kind of amorphous and vacant inner child ego function with objects, which eventually, when enough of those objects are somewhat collected, there is an outline of a kind of inductively, there is there is enough weight in that faculty. In some sense, it's furnished well enough that it cannot just be ignored. The weight of that faculty can't just be sort of put out of mind, because it's crowding out the ability of the false self to rely on an amorphous sort of post hoc gainsayed structure, and so it loses its vacancy, because there's a kind of inductive sympathetic imposition created by the other objects, which the false self must have some kind of claim to being superior to. So the claim of the false self superiority, it can't just rely on a kind of amorphous structure anymore. It's being induced into having to render a structure that can stand up to the contrasting counterclaims that it has made against other structures that it is dominant to. And it's just kind of it's collected the residue of those impressions of the things that it has conquered, that then it has to sort of eventually create a kind of sympathetic contradistinctive structure against. Now, in some sense, this is a looming faculty that develops over time. Obviously, some narcissists might be more sensitive to the covert phase. I mean, some people even are in a sense their status quo or their sort of habitual psychological schema has them maintaining the covert narcissistic phase indefinitely. And in some sense, I think that's just someone who has cottoned on to this process and then realized or created decisions or circuitry early on to recognize that this is, that in some sense that the inner child ego function is man, I don't know if I say this metaphor incorrectly, is upstream. Is that the inner child ego function is upstream of the false self, and therefore, if you monitor the drama of, let's say, in some sense, there's a kind of proxy hypothetical sort of interaction that the false self can have, because it can be, in some sense, it can be tracked on the level of the inner child ego function, and it can be tracked on the level of the adult ego subconscious false self, because the one implies the other in some sense. And the covert narcissist is someone who has merely recognized that, perhaps also kind of fatalistically, that the covert phase is inevitable, so it might as well be the kind of it might as well be embraced in some sense, and also in a kind of epistemological sense, it's downstream of the false self. And so in some sense, you don't actually have to operate the vessel of a false self successfully to do so kind of hypothetically, based on an evaluative monitoring of merely positing that I mean, in some sense, this is a bit of an amalgamation between the inner child ego function and the adult ego subconscious, that these things can sort of, because the one can be taken to be representative of a state in the other. So in some sense, it's still a pseudo false self, but it's a kind of, it's happening on the level of a kind of a dominance hierarchy of inner childs, and it still requires other people's inner child ego function to kind of stabilize its outline. So you can kind of see that the covert narcissist is not that different from the primary narcissistic phase. It's just, it's being monitored via a different a psychological faculty or internal or psychological organ. It's being monitored via the inner child directly, whereas the normal narcissist is obviously it would probably be more comfortable to be the kind of the normal narcissist, because you don't have to do the kind of the accounting. You don't have to do the kind of, you know, having to kind of in some sense that the okay, well, maybe I should say as well that, I mean, this is a very peculiar kind of scenario as well, because even though the covert narcissist, in some sense, has a kind of inductively, sympathetically generated inner child ego function, it is not constructed out of its own energy. It's constructed out of the contest of other people's inner child ego functions in a kind of contradistinctive delineation of its own structure. And therefore it can also avoid having an adult ego unconsciousness. It can avoid having a death and a lust in the adult ego, and then it can still sort of have a kind of magical adult ego subconscious, which is like directly related and tethered to. But in some sense, because the inner child is the thing that is being monitored primarily, the subconscious sort of projection or sort of holographic sort of uh, that doesn't have to be kept. I mean, in some sense, what actually, in some sense, the covert narcissist, I feel like, has a different set of magical thinking, and although it has to rely on its imagination consistently in order to kind of um, embody or engage with its primary focus, which is the inner child's ego function, which is generated in contradistinction. So it still needs to generate a lot of drama within the adult ego subconscious in order to stay in remembrance of its own structure, which is basically being vicariously fielded. It's But what's interesting as well is that the main constituent, therefore, of the covert narcissist is, in some sense, a character profile of its. I mean, I'll have to think of a different name, because in some sense it's not exactly narcissistic supply, or it's slightly different. I mean, it's different and it's not, but it's a different form of extraction of narcissistic supply. Um, because in some sense the narcissist has to know the consortium in which it is in contradistinction to, superior to, in terms of its adult ego, and its adult ego is still not really fleshed out. Sorry, man, I just said adult ego twice, and I meant to say inner child. The inner child ego function, um, the inner child ego function is not fleshed out. In some sense, the burden of the kind of amorphousness and the vacancy shifts into the adult ego unconsciousness, or the adult ego death and lust. So in some sense, the covert narcissist, sort of, instead of having a kind of vacant, yeah, I mean, this is actually the main distinction between a narcissist and a covert narcissist, is that a narcissist is keeping their inner child's ego function vacant and amorphous, so that they can make a kind of post hoc gainsaying sort of argument or claim that steelmans their own position always, and can exploit any kind of skepticism or doubt, or any kind of hypothetical doubt it can use as a resource to assert its dominance. The covert narcissist does the same thing, but using the vacancy and amorphousness of the adult ego unconsciousness. Now, this is slightly more precarious, because when you're using the adult ego, death and lust, if you're going to make that vacant, so that you can sort of engage, therefore, in a kind of adult ego subconsciousness of a kind of hypothetical, imaginative false self. So their false self is more untethered, and it can sort of so they have a different form of magical thinking, because in some sense their magical thinking makes them confabulate an array of possibilities as being real. In some sense, they can perhaps find it difficult to distinguish between what could have happened, what could have happened is a very important, let's say, resource for them to explore and to delineate the contradistinction between their superiority of their inner child's ego function superiority and dominance over other people's inner child's ego function. So they use the notion of possibility, which they explore via the adult ego subconscious, via an imaginative false self that is more imaginary than it is instantiated and actually happened. But and so that they use the lever of possibility to get a handle on other people's character, and then via working out, let's say, character assassination, or via working out discovering flaws, which are kind of, now these flaws will be premised on a kind of magical thinking, because in some sense it's a new way to leverage doubt and skepticism, whereas the narcissist is slightly less toxic on the level of judgmentalness. Like the covert narcissist is very toxic in terms of their judgmentalness, because their judgmentalness hinges on deriding other people in contradistinction to their pure superiority or their pure essence or something like that. And I do think that the mechanism of covert narcissism also could has a secondary toxic effect in which it can spill over against the self. That what is used against others eventually also gets used against the self, and the self, when I say self in this context, I mean the inner child ego function, can only escape this by having as little footprint as possible, by having as little structure as possible, by essentially only having structure out of a defensive excuse. And so it's all about sort of using, therefore, the adult ego subconscious to bind social justification and substantiation, so that essentially there can be a kind of external locus of control on the level of the adult ego subconscious to underwrite whatever structure that the covert narcissist has, because essentially everything is prone to the kind of the corrosive judgmentalness that is used in order to say I am the least profane, or I am the least degraded, or I am the most pure, by contradistinction in some sense. That's sadly the kind of the end game of the covert narcissist. Whereas because the center of the strategy of the covert narcissist is to brandish a judgmentalness against other people's inner child ego functions, and to pass that test by essentially having no original, authentic internal structure. So again, it's outsourced, and because it's outsourced, therefore it's also disconnected from the other elements of the inner child. In some sense, the inner child of the covert narcissist is just as fragmented in terms of the inner child's death and lust and vanity and enticed lust, is somewhat disconnected from this again this narcissistic supply orientated game or gambit or whatever that's coming from an ideal future in which you're doing this activity, you're doing this operation, in order to jettison any kind of authentic structure, so it's an engrossing sort of operation to cover over having to kind of do something under your own steam. So it is very sort of based on this kind of, I'm being conditioned by my environment, I'm being imprinted on from the external, and I'm accepting that conditionality, and I'm creating a mechanism of how to operate within that kind of metaphysic in some sense. So it's kind of separate. It's premised on that kind of internal segregation and in order to it's playing the cards that it has been dealt, is the kind of is the is the mantra. In some sense, I think that maybe covert narcissism might in fact be the initial structure, which that I think that maybe pathological narcissism is perhaps developed, even people that are primarily just normal narcissists, that it might actually be an adaptation first from covert narcissism. But there was another point that was important to bring out, which is that because in some sense because in some sense you can understand that the primary or normal narcissism, in terms of the pathological variety of normal narcissism, is a kind of novation of covert narcissism, in the idea that you realize that this is a lose-lose game and there's no freedom, and in some sense the way to kind of enjoy the false self and to embody the false self, which is never a completed, you never get to really move the seat of consciousness into the false self, into the adult ego, because it's untethered, it's ungrounded, it's unrooted in any sort of authentic structure. But just to escape the lose-lose game, the idea is to leave the inner child's ego function as undeveloped as possible, but you kind of have to continue forward with this with a very subtle thematic premise that essentially it must be as vacant as possible, but I need to kind of be a kind of God supreme, a kind of supreme player, that if the false self can essentially play a game where it's where it has the power of God, then it can make its own rules. And so as long as as long as it can sort of make itself a supreme being in terms of what it's doing, then it will be able to kind of post hoc, it'll be able to kind of justify this own gam. So it's kind of like it's a wager that is in the process of being played, and that is meant to be fortified and justified via the acquisition of narcissistic supply, that essentially seals the wager and allows the narcissist to win in some sense. So it's a kind of like, it's a in some sense you can see then the normal narcissism of the pathological variety is a kind of is bound within a single cycle of covert narcissism that is moving within one cycle of action, which is trying to do a single, which is just trying to make a single manufactured claim, which is a very grandiose claim, which is the claim that I will have such supremacy that I will be able to undergird and underwrite all of the moves in this single motion, in this single so in some sense it's almost like a frozen, arrested covert narcissism that is trying to put itself on hold to make a kind of ad hoc adaptation to covert narcissism, within a kind of general theme then of leaving, of having that faculty of judgment, but essentially trying to suspend the lose judgment, but transferring the vacancy or the transferring the amorphousness, trying to sequester it and to concentrate it on the inner child ego function, while trying to just constantly disentangle itself from whatever structures it seemingly relies on in terms of the adult ego, which is just basically, can it sustain a subconscious pretense of essentially asserting its dominance, asserting its supremacy without driving itself into a cul-de-sac in terms of being committed or bound into unconscious structures. And so it also then gives itself a kind of a pseudo psychopathic power to essentially use the power of appearances to disguise its own incoherent or inconsistent belief structures, which it's and so, and this also obviously comes with a weird kind of so this would come with a weird sort of magical thinking to do with success and power and sort of and winning in some sense, being a kind of a value and an ideal that trumps other values and trumps other ideals, that essentially a kind of a strange sort of convoluted belief structure that would merely underpin, let's say, the gambit of the false self. Again, like even in the success of the false self, these beliefs or these confabulated sort of strange beliefs, magical beliefs, are so dysfunctional that they also functionally provide a second impediment to how the false self cannot be reconciled with the structures of the inner child, and cannot be integrated and cannot transfer the narcissistic supply. There's no, because through the filter of those magical beliefs, in some sense, they only service the success of the false self, and in as much as that they trouse and trample on and convolute reality and make it incoherent, through the veil of that magical thinking, there is no way for the narcissistic supply. So in some sense, the narcissist also has perhaps a bit of a juggling act, because the more it can, in some sense, it will perhaps naturally try to create a bridge to connect some recipient in the inner child that can connect with the adult ego subconscious. But the more that the bridge is rendered, the less successful the false self, the more burdened the false self, the more challenge of the false self. So there's this. Okay, these are somewhat tangents, but so there's and also, to actually have something to receive the narcissistic supply, the only safe way to do that is to build a receptacle of an inner child ego function that portends a solid character or a solid self-image, to be the recipient of something. The narcissist can't do that authentically from essentially generating that from their own inner child's unconscious and subconscious. So instead, they try to make a contra um, via contradistinction, they try to amalgamate, something that's greater than the sum of its parts, perhaps, or from the conquered objects of others. From modeling other people's inner childs and trying to kind of construct something that would service a would be just as powerful, essentially a kind of, I mean, they really are, in some sense, they really are saddled with the problem of the philosopher's stone, is that, but on a different scale in some sense, that they need to build truth in their mind independently of their own inner child, independently of their own authentic inner child structure. They want to build. Well, this is one of the properties of the philosopher's stone, is that it can make the dead come to life. They need to make a human being out of nothing, out of just the resources of their mind, that are duplicating the objects of other people's mental substance. So there is no original propagation of these structures. They haven't been decided on. They have merely been duplicated from modeling other people. And so, sort of, can they make this golem have an authentic life rather than just an artificial life that will service as the receptacle for the narcissistic supply? And they want something that's strong enough, that stands on its own, that stands the judgment of their own covert narcissistic sort of judgmentalness, which in some sense is hypothetically nothing stands up to that kind of critique in some sense, because the problem is that you want something that can hypothetically withstand anything, and there's no such thing that can hypothetically withstand anything. That kind of perfection is not possible, and perhaps they'll settle for the closest thing to perfect, or the most perfect object that is possible, maybe. But in some sense, either way, anything less than perfect is not going to withstand the tricks that the false self is employing against other objects, against other people, because they're going to use skepticism and doubt against other people. And eventually that the false self judgmentalness, in terms of how the false self is asserting its dominance, is going to cast a shadow over the inner child's, however it may be propagated, however it may be amalgamated and constructed. It's going to fall foul of the false self's behavior, and judgment is going to also fall, because especially that it's very greedy for its dominance and its superiority and supremacy. So it will assert these things quite viciously, in a very imbalanced way, in a very in a very unjudicious way. And there's no way that the leveraging of that kind of corrosive judgmentalness is going to allow them to actually have a stable inner child that won't fall victim. So in some sense, the real problem of the covert narcissist is hypocrisy, which means that they will never have a so I mean, the way that the narcissist, I guess, deals with this dilemma is that they just break it up and they experience both sides of the dilemma, just not simultaneously. So then they'll just oscillate between the two. Because at some point, the false self of the normal narcissist, of the normal pathological narcissist, will be so will be even successful, but will be so alien that life itself will be a kind of will be such a disconnected, abstracted, sort of disembodied dream experience, vacuous and sort of ghostly in some that uh, so recapping everything again, essentially the dominance of the false self in the narcissist is predicated or implicitly involves a kind of corrosive judgmentalness. It implies a kind of corrosive judgmentalness, which within the realm of the inner child ego function, in as much as the corrosive judgmentalness that is applied to other people's inner child ego functions. And it would be ideal if the narcissist could avoid absorbing that residual aftermath or taking account of that. Because if the narcissist essentially records that as being accomplished, that they have made other people's inner child ego function succumb to their dominance of their false self implicitly by applying a kind of implicit judgmentalness on that level that's being applied to other people's ego functions, then there's a sympathetic inductive impression which is created about one's own about the narcissist's own state of their inner child ego function. And so they kind of get a looming sword of Damocles in some sense. And that bill that they have to fit at some point is only compensated for by a kind of covert narcissism phase in which they admit to having some structure of an inner child ego function, because what is good for the goose is good for the gander in some sense. So they can't help but target themselves with some kind of judgmentalness. But the idea is that if it lands on theirs, it can land on others as well. So it's needed to kind of facilitate the sequitur property of the, in some sense, because this is all happening below the ground floor. This is happening in the basement of the false self. This is happening in the kind of in the this is quite downstream. Sorry, this is upstream of the false self. I don't even know how to describe it, because it's ordinarily it would be ontologically upstream, but it's empirically through the interaction of the false self, it is charging it's rendering its contents. So the truth of those contents is epistemologically subsequent to the development of the false self, even though ontologically it's technically prior. And that's the kind of biting revenge. No, that's the wrong word. But that's the kind of the way in which covert narcissism, the covert narcissism phase sort of impresses itself against the psyche of the narcissist is that there's this looming debt that has to be paid, in terms of owning up to some kind of inner child structure that is going to burden the same kind of judgmentalness that is being dished out to other people's inner child ego function. And therefore, if it's being dished out to other people's inner child ego function, and that's when essentially the narcissist gets into trouble, when the narcissist starts to track how those hits are landing on other people. So as soon as they start recognizing that they are maiming other people's inner child ego functions, as soon as they start to sort of develop a sense of that this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm enacting, this is what I'm perpetrating, then there is this looming sense that one is implicitly forwarding or pretending a state of an inner child ego function that resolves or that absorbs that same level of corrosive judgmentalness in some sense. And that is the kind of the bill that has to be paid at the end of the meal. I mean, it can be extenuated. You can add meals to the course or whatever, but I guess it starts to get more and more precarious. It gets more and more unstable because the if one has developed a corrosive judgmentalness that worked to domineer or dominate and sort of wrought a particular style of supremacy over an array of different inner child ego functions, then there is a kind of sympathetic oversubscription in terms of the outline of their own structure of their inner child. Now, this can be ignored. This can be, the narcissist can for a time consider themselves dead to this kind of consequence or this kind of effect. Can just be kind of, because that whole faculty is essentially meant to just be vacant. So it can still be treated as if it is vacant, even if it actually contains objects and has this kind of, this almost, when I say like sympathetic inducing of a kind of outline of their own structure, there's a, you can make a kind of analogy to a kind of ionic magnetism or whatever, that it's going to bind the false self at some point into aligning its interactions along those themes. And because it has to essentially assert dominance over other people's inner child structures, and because it can't help but the fact that it's monitored, it's evaluated, it's seen this. It's been tracking these operations on the level of on the level of the inner child ego function. Even though it doesn't want to have a structure itself, it's tracking other people's structures and the dismembering and let's say the corrosive judgmentalness which is applied to other people's structures. That has even been integrated into the arsenal of the narcissist in bringing down the prey, in predating in facilitating the false self to sort of have a second prong of attack. That then what it will create is it creates a certain kind of matrix or paradigm, a certain grooves in which it ends up having a confused, because it's dealing in a kind of dark magic. It's dealing in something which isn't even supposed to exist, but it's using it as a kind of buttress support of the false self, and essentially whatever instrument instrumentalization that it takes from this sort of magnetic I'm this is a bit of a mixed metaphor, but it's almost like an ionic solution where it's kind of got a kind of a lattice that's where everything is very kind of cohesive, and you can't just kind of, it's very hard, it'll resist kinetic energy. So the kind of kinetic energy that the that the false self generates, it will eventually sort of create that kinetic force that the false self likes to project, starts getting channeled into the container of this ionic fluid in some sense, and the kinetic energy is quite blunted in the particular lattice of this sort of ionic sort of matrix, that it blunts certain applications of brute force that the false self otherwise was able to kind of post hoc generate after the fact and gainsay. And in some sense, the false self will not stop itself from indulging in that kind of brute force. So it will start to look unwieldy. It'll start to look embarrassing. It will start to look at odds with its. It's that it has nurtured or inculcated this other arm of attack, this other sort of dark magic, and now that dark magic sort of it's paying a price for the use of that dark magic. And that is what sort of a growing sensitivity and functioning on the level, and when I say sensitivity, is just in terms of, well, it's being monitored. I mean, I guess there are ways, I see narcissists perhaps being in a whole spectrum of relational treatment of these faculties, that in some sense a narcissist could indulge in these things and then try to retract from perceiving them, and sort of try to numb themselves from witnessing this level, and try to find excuses to kind of go back to the sort of the more naive original setup, in which I mean, and I can see that can be successful for a time, that you can kind of, but in some sense I think that the more organic form of narcissism is probably covert narcissism, because of the well, I mean, I don't know, to my mind, it makes more sense that to have a more robust structure in the inner child is more stable, or at least more natural to a false ego complex, than having an amorphous inner child ego function, and then having a gain, and then sort of that essentially the covert narcissist is having a battered adult ego function that has to take the stress, or that has to kind of play the fool, or not. It's not that the covert narcissist is playing the fool, but the stress of the pathological functions and structures are somewhat all put into the adult ego, in some sense, to try to sustain the structures of the inner child, whereas the ordinary pathological narcissist is inverted, has a kind of vacant inner child ego function to propagate and support structures that exist in whereas the covert narcissism, I think, is the more, yeah. Well, anyway, I guess I'll just say I agree with what I'd said in the last recording, which was that I seem what is generally thought of as narcissism, I believe, as normal. I think Sam Buckland calls it primary pathological narcissism or whatever, is a kind of arrested cycle of action within covert narcissism, and it's a kind of, I mean, it does take on its own sort of functionality, or it does sort of have its own circuitry, which is being sort of jerry-rigged in the moment, and then is needing to be sustained, and is a kind of, but in some sense it's a frozen. It's a sort of, it's a frozen state of arrested development that well, it's a frozen form of covert narcissism, which then is repurposing those frozen components into a jerry-rigged sort of self-sustaining device. Whereas there's a certain kind of circulation. There's a kind of psychological circulation that is present in covert narcissism, which is more, it's a closer simulation to an ordinary false ego complex, because it's I don't know. I mean, it is different. So maybe this is a stupid distinction to try to draw, because I mean, I would consider them both to be highly psychopathic, or at least having the potential of a high degree of psychopathy, because they both have an aspect of this kind of this vacancy or amorphism in one of the in one section of the false ego complex, and that that is going to essentially resolve as a kind of as a highly distorted sort of very particularized sort of species of psychosis, essentially, in which the adult ego's free theta, the adult ego's ego function, is going to be so invested in just maintaining this strange entanglement of the adult ego and the inner child, that it's hot. Essentially they don't have an adult ego function. It's it's sort of I mean, their inner child is fundamentally distorted to the extent to which that, they I mean, I could probably generate some kind of description of what the adult ego function is doing, the adult ego's ego function. But I mean, it's sort of that would be a very virtual kind of description. I mean, or it would be a kind of description of a kind of very particularized, pigeonholed sort of psychopathy. Essentially, it would be a description of the kinds of, I mean, which I've already given a lot of these descriptions, the kind of incoherence and the kind of inconsistency which would sort of be underwritten by these structures, and that would have to, and how they would be calibrated and maintained, or how that those particular species of sort of magical thinking would have to essentially be normalized and sort of reified, or transferred into a kind of convenient elaboration of sort of inserting experiences or impressions or thoughts in a kind of post hoc I mean, essentially, it would just be a kind of. I mean, can you even really talk about it being an ego function at that point when it's just facilitating essentially confabulation, various forms of confabulation? I mean, essentially, the reason why it would be fundamentally psychopathic is because there is no purpose. There is no robust purpose upon which to measure or to monitor or evaluate the I mean, generally conscience or someone's trial in their ego function is precipitated by the fact that the vanity is actually corrosive to itself. That the vanity implies a kind of looming impossibility, that there's a kind of, that there's a cost that is inescapable, and that cost actually sort of destroys the project of the game itself. That is essentially the rules of that game are what the vanity sort of entails, or what the knowledge of the world portends, and when that is finally sort of taken into account, that is what the trial is. But in some sense, the narcissist doesn't really have a stable vanity, because their vanity is a kind of is kind of is never finished. It never becomes a kind of solid. Their rules are never finished in some sense, and so, and in some sense, they just want the bare bones vanity that will facilitate a kind of a never-ending enticed lust, which is essentially almost the very nature of narcissistic supply. It's the idea of a kind of idealization of enticement to continue into the future. That it's fundamentally sort of mysterious. It fundamentally doesn't have a kind of it is actually a kind of symbolic feeling of motivation that exists within that umbrella that I was talking about many recordings ago, the umbrella of the kind of the conditioned soul, or the dead mother, of the kind of in the impression of that imprint that has been but in some sense it is that feeling of narcissistic supply that has entrapped the narcissist. I mean, in some sense, I think that another way of I mean, this is actually probably a more correct way of saying it, is that to understand actually the maintenance of the narcissist's adult ego is perhaps a subtle conception of the ego of the perception of the ego function of the trial itself, because everything that I've just described is in some sense the kind of what is underpinned by essentially the free theta of the adult ego has that narrative attached to it, has that conditionality attached to it, and so it's sort of that it's been imprinted on. But if that trial could essentially come to the realization that this was a self induced sort of imprinting, that one actually, because the free theta in the adult ego would be like the record of the decision-making process in present time, that one has made decisions in present time. To accept this impression of this narrative, of this ontology or whatever, and then this basic sort of recycled schema in terms of just the adult ego, that might also be the tool for, so the trial, in some sense, if it can bequeath itself and bootstrap itself with a kind of accountability or responsibility for conditioning itself this way, for inducing itself into this what it would do with that realization then is it would essentially it would have to, maybe not in this order, but essentially it would reorientate itself outside of narcissistic supply, and it would orientate its enticement based on something else, based on something that would have an authentic vanity, which then would allow its this might, I mean, I'm just thinking how this would actually be accomplished is with more research in metagram and metatype. I could work out from basically the idea would be essentially to augment the false ego complex into a redeveloped false ego complex by either tracking from the death of the inner child, trying to find other types, other species of this type, that, and work out what the semantic construction, what an ordinary semantic construction of that same type would be. Because, I mean, this is a bit speculative, but essentially, if you can find an ordinary example of this type and work out how their false ego complex sort of would ordinarily have generated without developing narcissism, then you can essentially supplement the narcissist perhaps by helping them develop an ordinary false ego complex, by essentially guiding them into an adult ego, into the development of an authentic adult ego that actually links up with their inner child. Which essentially would mean that you could supplement essentially because I mean, again, I think that narcissism can be in an overarching, summarized, aggregated sense. You can think that the problem is with narcissism is that it's an enticed lust incarnation. That the whole weighting of the psychological structure is in the subconscious, but in the judgment of the subconscious, not in the perception of the subconscious. Its perception is essentially is a patsy. It's just it has no solid subconscious perception, or at least its subconscious perception is completely uprooted and ungrounded and disconnected from the inner child. And so I think the way to perhaps repair this would be to graft somebody else's adult ego, the construction of somebody else's adult ego is to graft that healthy development of an adult ego, which naturally precipitated from a similar style of inner child, from the same style of inner child, and understanding also all the parts of the false ego complex and how they move in from one to the other. Then essentially you could talk someone into developing essentially a frame of adult ego, which they would essentially, in a kind of behaviorism, that they would enact, that they would develop, like, because the adult ego is a game anyway. The adult ego is not even a real thing. It's a secondary act. It's a secondary activity for the inner child. But essentially, then you would give the narcissist a performance to enact. You would give them a rubric to a game to play in some sense. And then with some experience in playing that game, they would then have a healthy enough, let's say, resource to use that to backwards engineer an authentic inner child ego function, which then would this kind of reverse engineering would be very I mean, because perhaps there would be better ways of doing this, better and worse ways of doing it, because in some sense, this perhaps doing this kind of deep level work and things like that could be done within the context of the fact that, well, after you actually heal the false ego complex, you also want to understand the false ego complex well enough that you know what it is that you want to do with it ultimately anyway, in terms of how to self-actualize from the false ego complex, or how to use the false ego complex as a stepping stone to gaining mastery over the kinds of mental mind forge manacles that the false ego complex itself is, and that our species has been psychologically inducted into these sorts I mean, it might not even be possible to do this kind of work without that kind of overarching project I mean, essentially, it's the kind of the proper resolution of the death and the lust of the inner child, um, which was essentially the original sin. That's an unfortunate way of saying it, but it was the original um, rubric of the mind that facilitated the acquisition of a primary language, or as a first language, a home language, and that created the animism, or the I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess the thing, I mean, how can one not have a kind of false ego complex and still be able to deal with um, language? Essentially is the biggest sort of problem. But as the problem of language is really the problem of the subconscious. Is that there? How does one model a kind of transcendental or self-actualized subconscious that can facilitate communication and I mean, I guess maybe it's not even that important. I mean, in terms of you know, to sort of to understand at what level things start becoming arbitrary conventions. I mean, it's not wrong to use arbitrary conventions. It's just a kind of uniform code of interaction, as long as one knows that that is what one is doing when one is doing it, so that it's accessible to novation if so desired. And I guess then there are political considerations if there's I mean, you know, if essentially the election of arbitraries is really not a problem. I wouldn't consider that to be a fundamental problem. I mean, in some sense, I think that essentially the problem, the fundamental problem with the subconscious and the false ego complex is that it's premised on an external locus of control, essentially, and that is hidden within the mind. I mean, psychologically, the problem is not an external locus of control. Psychologically, the problem is much more complicated than that. The problem is the fact that one has created a self-image, which then essentially assumed control over one's character, and therefore the belief in a self-image um, as a kind of as a resident um, as a resident object within perhaps collections of multiple objects, got lost in a kind of interrelational web in which it became collectively subject to forces from other beliefs. And so the kind of the belief, the reification of the self-image as a belief in contest and in collection with other beliefs, became a kind of meta self-image, which obscured the internal locus of control. And essentially, this was convenient in the human developmental phase of acquiring a first language, because this made acquiring a first language ultra quick, ultra fast, because one's self-image was diluted into the collection and into the pool of objects. So essentially, language became I mean, in some sense, that's not even necessarily. I mean, it's slightly problematic, but it's not absolutely problematic, because one could just say, well, if one understands grammar to such an extent and treats grammar to such an extent, with the right amount of kind of ideological, psychological fidelity, that then one can have an integrated, essentially that there are perhaps rules of grammar that are needed in order to preserve, let's say, a certain kind of sovereignty and a certain kind of fortification of free will, or at least a kind of that sentience essentially comes from a certain kind of grammatical articulation. Which I guess you call as well understanding, and a certain kind of knowledge about that it's not important that necessarily that the self-image becomes sort of permanently insulated, but that it is always at risk in some sense, but it has to be that in some sense there's no way to also cordon it off and make it secure and safe, because grammar itself and the navigation of grammar is such a dynamic enterprise that it can't merely be perfected. Something like only something like fidelity can be perfected. The art of fidelity to it can be perfected, which perhaps could be another reduction of what true love is. And the failure to attain to that is essentially the dissolution or betrayal of sentience as well, or a kind of disregard.